me swap over to this real quick. And go ahead and turn that off and also reset myself. There we go. And that. All right. Hopefully get right into this. Could not be read. You're doing this to me again. Come on. There we go. Bling. So it's time to get into the good old Final Fantasy II. A game that honestly I've never beaten. Hello, Madam Jelly. Hi. Oh, I'm dumb. I'm in the wrong avatar. Hold on. There we go. That's the avatar I'm supposed to be in. I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? How have you been? There we go. I forgot. I'm so dumb. It's like Final Fantasy. Of course I need to put on my Final Fantasy outfit. Game. Hello, game. Oh yeah, we're playing Final Fantasy II. That was save file? Oh, yeah, I didn't get very far into it. So, new game. Assign names to the characters. We're just gonna leave them the names that they are. I know we had the legendary warrior of light, Steve, but for this, we're just gonna keep them the way they are. A long-lived peace. How are you doing, Jelly? Is at an end. Ominous. The Emperor of Palamecia has called forth monsters from the underworld and has begun his campaign for world conquest. A rebel army arose in the kingdom of Fynn to thwart the Emperor's plans. What are you doing? Thwarting my plans? Thwarting your plans? Well, are you? But the rebels' castle fell to an all-out assault by the Empire. Left with little choice, the rebels withdrew to the remote town of Altair. Altair. 4 youths from Fynn also found themselves fleeing the Imperial forces. They had lost their parents at the hands of the Empire. But their escape wasn't over. The party was defeated. Game over. All right, we beat the game. Huh. Will he live? He will. I sense a strong life force within him. He should regain consciousness soon. We found them like this on the escape from Fynn, fallen from terrible wounds. By the time we brought them here, I feared it was already too late. His life is not in danger. This sigil will strengthen his life force. We should let him rest now. Of course. Hello, Jolly. We'd best be off to the meeting. I imagine they're already waiting for us. If the Empire is allowed to complete the dreadnought they're building in Bafsk, their attack will begin in earnest. We cannot sit idly by and watch. We must act. Where am I? Like, what the fuck? No, I'm not gonna do that. Leon! Maria! Guy. Just Guy. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Firion, you're alive. I thought you'd... I'm fine, Maria. You all right too, Guy? But wait, there's Leon. Princess of Fynn, save us. But Leon not here. He's supposed to be the big dumb brute. I see. Don't worry, I'm sure he's okay. So you've regained your strength. Very good. Your life force is strong indeed. It was you who saved us, wasn't it? Thank you. Forgive me, Your Highness, but there is something I must ask of you. Please allow us to join the rebel army. I could never allow such a thing. You know nothing of battle. You would only be throwing your lives away. You should return to your homes. But we have no homes. Not anymore. The Imperials attacked. And our parents. Our parents. I'm truly sorry, but even so, this changes nothing. I cannot permit you to join our army. He's okay, that could be remedied. If you've nowhere else to go, you're welcome to stay here in Altair. If you know our password, you should be able to live here well enough. The password is Wild Rose. Remember it well. The wild rose is the insignia of the kingdom of Finn. It represents our hope for a future that flourishes in both strength and beauty. But what will become of Finn now? I've heard that the Empire's captives have been taken there and suffer even as we speak. Maria, your brother Leon is missing, is he not? It's possible that he's being held in Finn as well. But Finn is far too dangerous now. The Emperor's beasts still stalk the streets. Gaining entrance to the city will not be easy. The man at my right is Minwu, the white wizard who tended your wounds. Speak with him before you leave. He may be of some assistance. So yeah, this is Final Fantasy II. So, the way that this game works is... God fucking damn it. Anyway, oh, grab my phone so I could... yeah, so it's a very so it's a very interesting system. So you don't have quote unquote standard experience points. Did the game just crash on me? It's a Game Boy Advance cartridge game. How is it crashing? Is it actually crashing, or is it the Game Boy Advance player? It's a good thing I saved real quick. A little short to idle you off. Maybe? I don't know. The game disc has been a little wonky. So, the status... Basically, the more you use different weapons, the more experience you will get in that weapon, meaning your ability to hit with it, and I think your damage as well increases. But the why is so suddenly everybody messaging me when I go live? What is going on? Yeah, so the more I use certain weapons, certain skills, the more experience, and they will level up. The more damage I take, the more my defense will increase and my HP will increase. But as it increases, so will some other things decrease. So you can't just like power grind max everything out. I see your destiny clearly. The future it holds seems closely entwined with my own. You will begin by journeying to the Fynn. That is the first step toward realizing your fate. You've wasted no time using the password. Heed well the information it will bring you. You can learn much of value by listening. I offer you one more bit of advice before you depart for Fynn. Those who have fallen in battle can be revived at a sanctuary. Should one of you fall before you reach Fynn, go without hesitation to the nearest sanctuary. Potion obtained from the chest. Any more things? King of Fynn, an arrow struck me in the back during the battle, leaving me in this state. Perhaps I really have grown old. My daughter Hilda now serves as regent. You should speak with her. So they're like really pushing this narratives. Like the first Final Fantasy game was you're a bunch of adventurers shown up on a mysterious quest to go do the whole crystals thing. But in this one, it's like, okay, we have 4 named characters, and there's, rival kingdoms, all that kind of stuff. Would you like to hear about monsters? Sure. There are many different types of monsters. Some monsters are vulnerable to certain types of attacks. For example, the undead are weak against fire, and aquatic monsters are weak against lightning. However, there are also monsters that absorb particular elemental attacks. Casting fire on a monster made of flame will heal it instead of doing damage. You can damage zombies and other undead with restorative magic like Cure and items like Garlic. Oh, undead Garlic. Vampires. Got it. But be careful when using spells that steal HP or MP, such as Drain and Osmose. When used against the undead, these spells can backfire and hurt you instead. Shall I tell you about treasure chests? Sure. Treasure chests can contain things like items and gil. Many treasure chests also hold rare items you'll not find for sale in any shop. If you're lucky enough to come across such items, hold on to them. But treasure chests aren't all gil and glory by any means. Some chests conceal monsters lurking within. There's no way to know what's inside a chest until you open it, but monsters often accompany especially good loot. Would you allow me to teach you about key terms? Yes. In the course of a conversation with someone, a particularly important word may come up. When this happens, 3 commands will appear: ask, learn, and items. Select learn to commit the key term to memory. You can then use ask to ask people about any key terms you've learned. Keep in mind that only certain words can be learned in this way. To show someone an item from your inventory, select items. When you learn new words or find rare items, you should ask people about the words or show them what you found. Would you like me to explain the formation command to you? Use the formation command to assign characters to either the front or rear row of the party's battle formation. Characters in the front row can attack using any type of weapon. Characters in the rear can only attack using bows or magic. However, they are also safe from direct attacks. Assign each character to the row that best suits his or her abilities. I don't suppose I could interest you in a lesson on magic. There are two schools of magic, black magic and white magic. White magic specializes in healing and support spells. For example, Cure restores lost HP, and Life revives characters who've been KO'd. Black magic, on the other hand, specializes in offensive spells. Blizzard deals ice damage, Thunder deals lightning damage, and so on. Characters can learn both black and white magic spells in any combination when they choose. However, a character can only learn a maximum of 16 spells. You can use the discard command to remove any spell a character has already learned. Discarded spells can be learned again, but their levels reset to 1, so discard spells with caution. Would you like to learn about armor? Yes. There are 4 types of armor: shields, helms, body armor, and gauntlets. Shields are equipped in the same fashion as one-handed weapons, in either the right hand or the left. Since wearing a shield only requires one hand, you can also equip any one-handed weapon along with it. Should you so choose, you can equip 2 shields, one in each hand. This makes it impossible to attack, however. Helms are equipped on the head, gauntlets on the hands and forearms, and body armor, of course, on the body. Provided you can afford it, you should always keep your party protected with good armor. What would you say to a little lesson on skill levels, eh? Skill levels can be divided into 2 broad categories: weapon skill levels and magic skill levels. But wait, there's more! Weapon skill levels are divided by weapon type, such as swords and axes. Similarly, magic skill levels are divided by spell. Spells like Cure and Fire each have their own skill level. Attacking with a given type of weapon improves the corresponding weapon skill. As your skill levels rise, your attack and accuracy with those types of weapons will likewise improve. Casting a given spell improves the corresponding magic skill. Spells become more powerful and effective as their skill levels rise. Cool. Would you care to hear about the information displayed on the status screen? Sure. You can develop the attributes and abilities displayed on the status screen by fighting battles. Attributes such as strength and magic will change according to the actions you take in battle. If a character attacks, his or her strength and weapon skill may improve. Similarly, if a character uses magic, his or her spirit, intelligence, and magic level may improve. There are 11 different attributes that can change. Would you like... Sure, explain the 11 attributes to me. HP. If a character loses HP during battle, his or her maximum HP will increase. Participating in lengthy battles can also increase maximum HP. MP. If a character's MP drops during battle, his or her maximum MP will rise. Strength. Attacking during battle will increase a character's strength. Stamina. If a character loses HP during battle, his or her stamina will improve. Spirit. Using white magic in battle will increase the caster's spirit. Agility. Being attacked by foes will raise agility. Intelligence. Using black magic in battle will increase the caster's intelligence. Magic. If a character's MP drops during battle, his or her magic will rise. Accuracy. As strength rises, so will accuracy. Equipping better weapons will also improve accuracy. Evasion. Being attacked by foes will raise evasion. Equipping a shield will also improve in evasion. Magic defense. When foes cast spells on a character, his or her magic defense will rise. As you can see, it never hurts to try all manner of things in battle. So that was a lot of shit to take in. Yeah, so that right there is why this game kind of got like a big... It's not a super popular Final Fantasy game. Simply because it is incredibly confusing. Like, there are guides, and the big problem I found was looking for the right kind of guide for this game online, because you type in Final Fantasy II walkthrough, and unfortunately Final Fantasy II in the US was actually Final Fantasy IV. Excuse me. So yeah, a lot of people were very confused by it. You want to know more about the flee command, am I right? You can escape from battles by selecting the flee command. You can also run by pressing the L and R buttons simultaneously when it's time to give the first party member a command. There's no point in fighting a losing battle. If a foe is too difficult, you're better off fleeing. However, keep in mind that low agility can make escape impossible, so think carefully before you act. Yeah, so Final Fantasy II in the US, in the West, was actually Final Fantasy IV. So if you look up a walkthrough for Final Fantasy II, you're going to get a lot of Final Fantasy IV walkthroughs. Not a lot of Final Fantasy actual 2, unless you specify like specifically. But even then, it's not exactly easy to do. Princess Hilda fled here when Finn was sacked. She's doing a remarkable job of leading the rebel army while His Majesty recovers. Or no, it's Final Fantasy... Yeah, no, it's Final Fantasy IV. Because 5 was Bart's and his crew. Then 6 was Terra and... Whoop, Terra and them. And then... 7, you know, with Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10, all that stuff. Oh man. Oh. Welcome. Please come in. It will cost 0 gills to restore your HP and MP. Would you like to stay? Yes, please. Pleasant dreams. Skill system is shenanigans. Yeah, the skill system is some shenanigans. My potion. Cross removes curse. Mallet cures amnesia. Really? A mallet to the head cures amnesia? You would think that a mallet to the head would cause amnesia. Cures Toad. Maiden's Kiss cures Toad. Gold Needle cures Stone. Phoenix Down revives the KO'd ally. Ether restores a small amount of MP. Cottage fully restores HP and MP, can only be used outdoors. And an elixir fully restores HP and MP. Nothing happens. Prelude of Light. Magic. Oh, they're just a magic seller. Okay. Fire Tome, Thunder Tome, Blizzard Tome, Cure Tome. So some of the quite a few of the guides told me that Therion is the one you want to become your white mage, because white magic is tied to spirit and healing, and all healing magic is tied to your spirit. And Therion, as they level up, gains the most amount of spirit out of everyone. So he's kind of the one you want to do. Was that where this originated, or did it inspire the cartoons? Mallet curing / causing amnesia. I think it was inspired by cartoons. I think I'm supposed to be in tall grass. And now I have no money to buy weapons, but they've already got weapons, so we're fine. Oh yeah, she's spellcaster, so she goes back. Armor. Also, even though characters can dual wield weapons, they don't actually use both weapons. They'll only use one of them. It's a whole thing. Like I read a whole thing about it. It was weird. Obtain 55 guild. Maria's intelligence increased. That's it. Ah, there it is. Our intelligence is 16. And in order for your... So there's a way to kind of cheese the game. Because in order for your HP to increase, you have to be in the round, in the fight, alive, having like a smaller percentage of your maximum HP, I believe. Therion's sword level increased. Therion's shield level increased. Guy's axe level increased. thing. It's a whole weird system. Gotcha. Please come in. It will cost 4 gil. Kind of like taking damage would increase your HP if you survived the battle. Yes, but again, you have to have taken X number of, like, your HP has to be at like a certain value. Here, let me see if the website I found. Leveling mechanics. There is no leveling in the traditional sense in Final Fantasy 2. You will not earn basic experience points. Instead, you must level individual aspects of your character. In theory, you will become good at whatever you do most, but between some of the obscure restrictions on the way mechanics work, it doesn't always happen that way. I can tell you how to maximize your advancement with a minimum of cheating the system. You have a number of stats that advance during the game, but they all come in one of two flavors. There are raw statistics like strength and skills, and skills like weapon skills and evasion. Skill advancement is much better understood mechanically, though the general theory behind statistical advancement is simple enough. Note that if you are subject to any permanent status ailment, darkness, poison, curse, amnesia, toad, stone, or KO at the end of combat, you will not advance in any skill or statistic. Make sure to heal during combat whenever possible. General skill advancement. There are 3 sets of skills you will want to advance. Weapons, shields are included in this category, defenses, and magic. In all 3 cases, mechanics are similar. After a battle, you may gain 1 or more points of skill progress in any given skill. You'll gain 100 progress points. The skill increases by 1. When you gain 100 progress points, the skill increases by 1 level. Skill levels can get as high as 16, but from a practical standpoint, you will rarely get a skill past 9 or 10 without going out of your way to do so. This is because of the rank system the game uses. Every battle has a rank associated with it, which determines how quickly your skills increase. This rank is equal to the lowest rank of any monster involved in the combat. Rank acts as the baseline for skill advancement. Most advancement formulas have a starting point based on the rank of a battle minus the current level of the skill, plus some constant and 1 point for each use of the skill during the fight. What this usually means is that for any given rank, there is a soft cap on how far you can advance your skills. It is possible to skill up further by taking more actions in combat, but it is difficult. Especially at higher ranks. The basic formula for skill advancement is simple. Rank plus uses plus modifier minus level. Rank is the rank of the battle and level is your current level in the appropriate skill. Uses means the number of times you attacked for weapons and shields, the number of times you cast a spell for magic, or the number of times you were targeted by a physical or magic attack for evasion and magic defense, respectively. The modifier is a constant that is different for each type of skill. Specifics on the skills are as follows. Yeah. So the paper cut won't make me stronger. Nope. At the weapons and shields, at the end of combat, you gain skill independently for the items in each hand based on the number of attacks you made during the fight. Note that the game doesn't check what you were using when you made the attack, but rather assigns the skill advancement to whatever you were holding at the end of combat. If you're holding 2 of the same type of weapon, both will add progress points, effectively doubling your rate of progress. The modifier for weapon advancement is +1, so the formula is rank plus attacks minus level +1. Attacking a rank 1 monster with a level 1 weapon will thus result in 2 points of progress for the first attack, and 1 additional point for each subsequent attack during the same combat. Note that weapons are subject to the target canceling exploit mentioned below. Magic. Each of your known spell levels independently during combat And wait, each of your known spell levels independently during combat, and you can progress in multiple spells during the same fight. Modifier for spells is +3, making the formula rank plus times cast minus level +3. Casting a level 1 spell during a rank 1 fight will earn you 4 progress points for the first cast and 1 point for each additional cast. It is thus prudent to mix up your spells during combat, since the first casting of each spell is generally worth the most progress. Magic is also subject to the target canceling exploit described below. Note that magic spells cast outside of combat always gain 2 progress points per casting, regardless of level. You cannot cast a spell outside of combat unless it would have some effect. Evasion, magic defense. Okay. I mentioned an exploit above, which is well known to Final Fantasy II veterans. I don't believe it is necessary to play the game, and I do feel that its use is cheap and should be avoided, but as a quirk of the system, it seems worth mentioning. Attack and magic spell use are counted as soon as you confirm the target. Even if you cancel your next party member's action and specify a new action for the first character. You can select attack or a spell, target it, then cancel over and over to level these skills effortlessly. It does take a while and is incredibly boring, but there it is. Because you need to cancel the next character's action for the trick to work, you cannot use it for your last character. Too bad, Leon. So, now that you understand how you gain progress, okay, statistic advancement. Your basic statistics do not use a 100-point progress model, but rather may increase after any given battle. In all cases, except HP and MP, statistical gains are limited to a single point per combat. There are 8 basic statistics that level in this way. 3 of your stats have negative correlations, meaning that when you gain a point in one stat, there is a chance you will lose a point in another. The correlations are strength and intellect. So if you gain strength, you'll lose intellect, or have a chance to lose intellect. If you gain intellect, you have a chance to lose stamina, and if you gain spirit, you have a chance to lose strength. The chance of losing a stat is fairly high, though it was apparently intended to be 1/6. In practice, it can happen almost half of the time. Hit points. In order to have any chance of gaining HP after a battle, your HP at the end of the battle must be at least 1/8 of its maximum value lower at the end of the battle than it was at the beginning. Thus, if you have 800 maximum HP, you must lose at least 100 to have a chance to gain HP. This is true whether you began the fight at full HP or at 101 HP. The chance of gaining HP increases for each 1/8 of your maximum HP you lose. For this reason, counterintuitive though it may be, it is often a good idea not to heal your characters during the fights in which they take damage, because you generally gain more skill progress in combat than outside of it. It's also prudent to wait until the next fight to cure that character. You always gain HP equal to your stamina when your HP increases. Note that if stamina and HP increase after the same fight, you gain the HP before your stamina increases. Also note that you will not recover any of the HP gained when it increases. Magic points. Maximum magic points are gained in a very similar fashion, except that the statistic determining the number gained is magic rather than stamina. As with HP, you gain MP after losing at least 1/8 of your total in one fight, and the amount gained is equal to your magic stat. MP can be difficult to level during short fights, since you can't use very much MP. You can use spells like Sap and Swap on your own party members to lower their MP pools quickly if you want to advance your MP faster, but this is a highly questionable activity. As with HP, try to avoid restoring your MP during a fight where you've used a lot of it. Yeah, cancel cheese. So the offhand weapon isn't completely useless, just no extra damage. Exactly. Doesn't add anything, it just lets you gain skill in it. It's weird. Cancel cheese, yep. Strength is a simple enough stat to increase. Simply attack physically. Despite rumors, wearing heavy armor has no impact on strength increases. Strength is negatively correlated with intelligence. Agility. Agility growth is based entirely on your evasion score. Since agility increases evasion, this is one stat that will actually grow faster as the game wears on. Shields and even some weapons can massively increase your evasion and lead to faster agility growth. However, a character with heavy armor and no shield can easily have 0 evasion, which results in almost no agility growth. Evasion, and therefore agility, is extremely important against late-game enemies that drain HP per hit, so it's a good idea to make sure everyone is always well-positioned to gain agility. Stamina is tied directly to HP. In fact, its main purpose is determining how much HP you gain when you get an HP increase. Stamina is gained in the same fashion as HP, though the minimum you must lose is slightly lower, 1/9 of your total. Stamina also factors into your magic defense. You can lose stamina when you gain a point of intelligence. Intelligence is basically the black magic equivalent of strength. You gain intelligence by casting a lot of black magic. And spirit. Spirit is the white magic version of intelligence, though it is somewhat more than likely to advance. Casting white magic is the best way to advance this stat, though due to a strange bug, magic attacks that target the whole party can help Firion gain spirit. When you gain spirit, you will sometimes lose a point of strength. This doesn't mean your white mage should refrain from attacking, just don't expect them to carry the load physically. And then magic. The name may suggest some relevance to magic power, but in fact, magic determines how much MP you gain when your MP increases. It also factors into magic defense. Magic increases under the same circumstances as MP, though with a lower minimum threshold equal to 1/9 your maximum MP. So that's how it actually works. It is convoluted. It is crazy. It is different and unique, but my gods. Oh boy. Oh shit. You guys are selling literally the same fucking things as the other place. Yeah, so it's the glitch that causes Firion to gain ridiculous amounts of spirit, thus increasing, basically making them the white mage. Like, their spirit can be ridiculous. Oh, no, that's how we leave. Anyway. But if we're poisoned or anything like that, so if I wanted to, I could do this, cancel. 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 And for her, I could do this, cancel. Do this, confirm, cancel. Unfortunately, I can't do that trick with him. Hearing about Firion leaning towards spirit makes me imagine them as a cheerleader. We got Spirit, go team! Well, they are the leader of the team, so, you know, or the de facto, or supposed leader of the team. Team 49 Gil. Look at that. So many points. So yeah. That's how you kind of cheese the system. You figure out who you want to be what, and then you adjust. You know, do your cheese trick of stat boosting. Maria's intelligence increased. But yeah, so it's very much one of those games of the more it's like, oh, you gain experience by, so kind of like, to be honest, kind of like Elder Scrolls, Skyrim and stuff like that, which is funny because I'm not a big fan of Skyrim, as I've discussed many times. So it kind of makes sense that though this is not a terrible Final Fantasy game, it is not one of my favorites. And it's kind of because of the system. If I want his magic to increase. Oh. I don't think I'm supposed to be here fighting this dude. Nope. And that, again, is why this game is kind of bullshit. Wait a minute. Oh, that looked like it's smart. Yeah, just a little bit. You know, I should probably grind for some more gil. Oh, these boys. Ooh, so now he gains no status increases. Except he did. Okay. I thought he wasn't supposed to, but I guess not. Maybe in this version of the game they patched that or something? I don't know. Let's see. Grind for some more gil. Ambushed. Thanks. Double poison. $438. So I have now more than I was before I left. That was an airship that just went by. Maria's fire level increased. Of course, now that her fire level has increased, the cost to cast fire has increased as well. But it deals more damage. Because, you know, that makes sense. Oh, I've learned how to use this magic more efficiently. Thus meaning it now costs more to use it. Why would it cost more? Technically, it should start at a higher amount, and the more you use the ability, the lower the cost should be. Increase fire. I cast more burning. I cast fireball, bitches. I didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast fireball. Javelin, broadsword, axe, bow. Excuse me. Ooh. Leather cap, leather armor. leather gloves. Imagine using D&D item spelling matters. Changing fireball into fireball, flaming bull charges at your foes. That would be awesome. I cast fireball. You mean fireball? No, I said fireball. A giant raging bull of fire comes out and charges towards the enemy, lighting anything in its path on fire. Hey there, buddy. Wait, did it not equip? An axe made for everyday use. Why would his attack go down? Whatever. I don't think you understand what I said. Two-handing the axe versus one-handing it? Maybe? But the axe doesn't say two-handed. Therian sword level increased, shield level increased, HP increased, stamina increased, Maria's HP increased, MP increased, Maria's magic increased, Guy's HP increased. I want to change something. There we go. I like that. Am I going the same way? Hold on. Aha. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. But I'm utterly confused. Where else am I supposed to fucking go? Yeah, exactly. Dun, 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 dun. Magic increased. Still looks funny to me seeing the bow facing the wielder in this. Yeah, I think to kind of like show that it was fired. Like it starts off pointing the correct direction, and then once it's fired, it rotates it around to like give the illusion that it's been fired. It's just as we've heard. The city is crawling with Imperial soldiers. We have to be careful. Make sure not to get too close. Leg eater. Thought there might be something in here, but I guess not. Nobody's selling anything. How dare. Leg eater, well, at least they aren't ankle biters. Maybe the evolved form is ankle biter. Bartender. Whoa, where do you think you're going? Customers aren't allowed behind the counter. These Imperials are as ill-bred as they come. There are no keywords to learn. Aha! You're with the rebels. You'll find a secret door in this wall. There's a wounded soldier back there. Go see if you can help him. Huh? What am I going to do? I've had it with this place. You guys can take it from here. Don't let us down. Potion obtained from the chest. Potion obtained from the chest. Potion obtained from the chest. Soldier, are you going to turn me over to the Empire? At least have the decency to kill me first. I don't want them to take me alive. So, you're rebel soldiers, are you? My name is Scott. Wonderful fantasy name, Scott. I am a prince of Kashon. Prince Scott? Like Prince Scott. Who the fuck names their kids Scott? Anyway, we were told you fell in the battle. Thank goodness you're still alive. I am, but not for much longer. I'm afraid I must ask a favor of you. There's something you must tell my brother Gordon. Look, Gordon, ropes. You can use them to cross large gaps. Help me, Gordon. Tell him I know he has great strength. He must learn to have more faith in himself. I also have a message for the king. Tell him the reason Finn fell so quickly is that Count Borgin betrayed us. He's been made a general in the Imperial Army. Blair. There is one more thing. Tell Hilda. Tell Hilda that I love her. Hey? Oh, no. No, don't deliver that last message. The confessions of a dying man. They would only bring her pain. My brother Leon. Have you heard of him? I'm dying, bitch. What is wrong with you? I don't care about your brother. I'm dying. I'm sorry, but I have not. I wish I could be of more help, but I am so gassy right now. Oh God. Here, I want you to take my ring. I'm sure it will be of use. Maybe it's all this talking, but I've grown extremely tired. You bore me. If you'll excuse me, I just need to rest. Just for a little while. And his body dissolved into nothingness. Scott's ring. Scott, is their last name free? There be potions and a person that knows cure. I have been working on an idea to discuss why characters can die, even though there's things like potions and revivifies and spells, cure magics and all that kind of stuff. Why characters can die in cutscenes, be wounded in cutscenes, but they fall in battle all the time. And I have a whole thing for that I'm planning to make a YouTube video on. A memento from Scott that allows the party to view the world map. Oh. Y'all see nothing. Nothing's going on. Hey, how's it? Throws Molotov before leaving bar. What's up, bitches? Winter, thank you for the raid. You gotta breathe, Weevil. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? To raid, woo, you gotta breathe, Weevil. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Can we get a nice little streamer, exclamation point streamer for Winter? Find out what they were playing. I'm guessing since you're saying you gotta breathe, Weevil, something tells me you were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon. Play Modern Warfare 2. Oh, nice. Playing Grounded, then switch to Modern Warfare. You know, I should... now that I have a PC that can run it while streaming, I should go back and do Grounded at some point. Furian's HP, Maria's Bow, Maria's HP, Guy's HP. We have just started our adventures with Final Fantasy II. I hope everybody had fun checking out Winter, playing some Modern Warfare. I've been known to play Modern Warfare 2 on stream now and again. Although I haven't played much of Season 2. But yeah. Excuse me. Welcome in, everybody. I am Darestrix. I am a variety streamer. I tend to... But my streams tend to be focused around either doing something fun and entertaining on, like, say, the high seas of, say, Sea of Thieves or VR Chat, or Final Fantasy 14, or just whatever I find, games that I love and enjoy and want to share to the world, to share to people, be like, this is a game that is amazing and why I think it's amazing and why I love it. I also like to sometimes look at games and go, what the hell is this? Let's find out, kind of stuff. So those are always fun and entertaining to do. Me and my two friends just started playing it, and yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, because there's a new, I know that the new Warzone Resurgence map has gone live in Season 2, so it's what, Ashika Island, I think is what, Ashika Island? Trey and Altair haven't fallen into the clutches of the Empire yet, but once the Dreadnought is complete, nothing will be able to stop the Empire. So, you know, it's their Resurgence map, so it's a smaller map, and when you die, you respawn kind of stuff. So, yeah. I have been known to kind of go on a bit of a tear in those games. Yeah, we're currently playing Final Fantasy II, one of the more not fan favorites, and to be honest, you don't usually play Warzone. Yeah, I don't usually play Warzone 2 either. I tend to do the DMZ stuff. But it's still fun. Call of Duty has always been kind of my guilty pleasure game. Like, I know it's not the greatest, but it's still fun to play. Yeah, we're playing some Final Fantasy II. I mean, it is kind of the black sheep of the series. Be back, gotta go eat. Okay, you go get those nom noms. Thank you for the raid again. I appreciate it. Everybody give some love and follows to Winter because they are awesome and amazing, and yeah, they deserve everything that all the love and follows that you can give because they deserve the support. Hell yeah. But yeah, this is kind of the black sheep of the Final Fantasy series because, for one thing, it wasn't brought to the West for a very long time because it's a completely different game. So Final Fantasy, the first one, is your typical Final Fantasy or RPG game. You fight monsters, the monsters give you experience points, you gain enough experience points, you level up, and it increases your stats depending on what class you are. This game got rid of classes and instead said, hey, let's make it so that the more you use a weapon, then you'll gain points that will increase your skill level with that weapon. But in doing that, it also, you have a chance, depending on what you do and how you do it and what happens to you during fights, depends on if your strength increases, your spirit increases, your intelligence increases, your stamina, your agility, your magic. As you use magic spells more, your skills will increase with it. So, you know, your attack, your accuracy, your defense, your evasion, your magic defense, all of those will be increased and decreased depending upon what actions you take. The problem, for one thing, is it's very convoluted and confusing. For another thing, so skills are pretty straightforward. You use your fists, you use a knife a lot, your knife skill is going to go up. You attack with a sword, your sword skill is going to go up. There is a formula that it follows that is like the rank of the battle, which you don't know what the rank of the fight is. There's nothing that tells you what it is, but the rank of a fight plus the number of times you've used the attack minus the level of the skill you're using, so the weapon, plus if it's a weapon, then you get +1 as well. So you calculate all that, and that's how many you will get for attacking. And if you do multiple attacks, you'll get that plus an additional 1 point. Or no, your first attack will get you that amount. Then each consecutive attack that match will give you an additional 1 point. Okay, but magic is the same formula, except instead of a +1, it's a +3. So every time you cast a magic spell for the first time, you'll get, like, if the rank and your level are the same, you'll essentially get 1 point, or you'll get 4 points, and then each time you cast it after that, you'll get an additional point. This is really confusing. However, strength, spirit, intelligence, stamina, agility, and magic once you get 100 progress points in a skill, it'll level up. Strength, spirit, intelligence, stamina, agility, and magic do not follow that. They're not a 100 points gains you an ability. There are at the end of the fight, depending upon what you did and how often you did it, and a random roll of the dice, you will get an increase in that stat. So strength, you attack with a physical weapon. The more you attack with a physical weapon, then the higher you may get a strength point. If you take damage, oh yeah, your HP and MP also are affected by battles. So your HP, if your HP is 1/8 of what it started at, of its maximum HP at the start of the match, of the fight, then you have a chance of increasing your HP. MP is the same thing. Stamina and magic, both of stamina affects HP, MP also affects, or magic affects MP. The higher the magic stat, the more MP you'll gain whenever your MP levels up. The more stamina you have, the more HP you'll gain when your HP levels up. However, stamina and magic are affected the same as HP and MP, except 1/9 instead of 1/8. But then strength, spirit, intelligence, and agility, strength, spirit, and intelligence are, so physical attacks increases strength, healing magic increases your spirit, and black magic, so offensive magic, increases your intelligence. However, if your strength increases, there's a chance, roughly a 50-50 chance, that you will lose a point in intelligence. If your intelligence increases, there's a 50-50 chance that you will lose a point in spirit. If your spirit increases, there's a 50-50 chance that you will lose a point in strength. Why that is, who knows? It's super dumb. Agility increases and evasion increase. They're like skills. It's the more you use them, like your shields and things, that will increase your evasion and agility. It's all manner of confusing. And there are ways to cheese the system. But yeah. So because of all of that, this game is not a favorite among Final Fantasy fans. Even myself, like, to be honest, it sucks because the story is actually really good. This is the first, because like Final Fantasy 1's story was very simplistic. 4 nameless adventurers show up in a town with these crystals in their hands, and everybody goes, holy shit, you are the 4 chosen warriors of light. You are going to return order to this chaotic world. Go on this quest, go on this adventure, typical D&D campaign. And like you find out all this kind of stuff, but it's very simplistic adventure story. This game, they said, hey, let's actually focus on a narrative. So they have these 4 children. One of them is missing currently because the first rattle out of the box, like there's a little setup of the empire. So the emperor from the empire of Palamecia starts taking over the city of the kingdom of Fynn, and by summoning demons from the underworld, monsters from the underworld. For the queen, or the king and his daughter escape. The king is injured, and 4 orphan kids are, whose parents are killed in the attack on Fynn, are escaping, and then it pops you right into a battle and you immediately lose the fight. There is no way to win. And then you wake up being resurrected, or not resurrected, but being healed by the princess and her court mage, Minwu. And they're leading the rebellion, and you decide to go help them. And so it's this whole like kingdoms fighting each other kind of stuff. Very narrative drawn, very narrative based. Gameplay, though interesting and unique, does suffer. So the story is actually really interesting and really cool. However, it's in one of the worst ones to play. Because even, I know everybody talks mad shit about Final Fantasy VIII. I personally like Final Fantasy VIII once you understand the system, but it's, but everybody's like, oh my god, it's not 7. It's like, well, no. Each Final Fantasy game is its own thing. You can't compare each one to each other because that's dumb. If they all existed in the same quote-unquote universe, then yeah, I could understand, okay, compare them to each other, but they're not in the same universe. They're all their own story. And if you look at them on their own, they're actually, each one is good in its own way. But it's, again, just the gameplay in this one is very not great. Maria's gonna be my black mage. Yeah. Yeah, each one, like, you know, has its own unique things, but yeah, it's just gonna be rough getting through this. And what also kind of, oh no, where is it? What also is kind of a little unfortunate about this game is, no, I don't want, oh, actually, no, he's selling the same thing. Hello. Tobal, what could you want with me? I'm just an old man. The Geezer Act is just a cover. My name's Tobal, and I'm the best darn blacksmith in the rebel army. No key items, key terms to learn? Nothing happens. Items. Potion. Nothing happens. Items. Buckler. Nothing happens. Items. Okay, so there's going to be something later on with him. Nice staff, javelin, broadsword. But yeah, one of the unfortunate things is, okay, I want to oh, now you're charging me money. How dare you? If you look, so this game never was released in the West until many years later on the PlayStation 1. And then later the PS or the Game Boy Advance, and then the PlayStation Portable, that kind of stuff. But when it initially came out, it was never released. It wasn't until Final Fantasy IV came out that the West got a Final Fantasy II. So when looking up strategy guides online to try to find like walkthroughs and things, I type in Final Fantasy II, and it was kind of a crapshoot on whether or not they were talking about Final Fantasy Actual 2, or if they were talking about Final Fantasy IV 2 in the US. And it's like, no, I need Final Fantasy Actual 2. Wait, is the king up? Been recovered? Oh no, there's the king. King of Finn, an arrow struck me in the back during the battle, leaving me blah 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 blah. Yep, my daughter Hilda now serves. Won't let me do that thing. How dare you? Our password is Wild Rose. Remember it well. That ring belonged to Scott. Is he alive? He gave us this ring in Finn, just before he lost the last of his strength. Did he say anything? No, nothing. Your Highness, please. The ring belongs with you. No, keep it. It suits men of courage. You infiltrated Finn and returned to tell the tale. You've proven yourselves quite capable. It would seem I underestimated your strength. I would have you lend that strength to our cause. There is a magical metal known as mithril, and we need strong warriors if we are to obtain it. We lost Finn because we were ill-equipped. The Empire fought with weapons and armor made of mithril. I have charged Yosef A man living in Salamand with the task of finding a source of mithril. I do not know the cause, but we've been out of contact with him for some time now. Would you go with Minwu to Salamand to look into this? I heard my lady's words and have waited here for you since. To reach Salamand, we must first pass through the port town of Paloon. Take my canoe and let us be on our way. Minwu joins the party. You obtain a canoe. Want to see something cool? Look at all the magic this motherfucker knows. He knows Cure, he knows Life, he knows Basuna, Isuna, Barrier, Blink, Protect, Shell, Wall, Dispel, Silence, Sap, Fog, Swap, Fear, Teleport. Cure restores HP. Life revives a KO'd ally. Basuna cures status ailments that wear off after battle. Isuna cures status ailments. Barrier raises a barrier to defend against special attacks. Blink creates a double image, raising evasion. Protect creates a magic curtain, raising defense. Shell envelops target in magic, raising magic defense. Wall forms a magic wall, raising magic defense. Dispel removes protective magic barriers. Silence silences targets. Sap reduces target's MP. Fog inflicts amnesia on target. Swap switches HP and MP with target. Fear drives target away in terror. Teleport banishes target to another dimension or transports party out of dungeons. So he knows a lot of spells. And seeing as he is a spellcaster, we're going to put him in the back. What equipment does he have? Staff, hands, and copper cuirass. I want to check something. Okay, like the bug list. Like its predecessor, Final Fantasy II has more than its fair share of bugs. At least this time, most of the core combat mechanics work. Party magic target bug. The game generally denotes target everyone internally with the number 8. Apparently, this number gets used when determining who gains magic defense progress, because instead of any character getting it, Furion's white magic counter, 8 bites away, is increased. As a result, all party attack spells can lead to Furion's spirit increasing. Target cancel exploit. Both weapons and magic can be advanced easily by confirming the target of an action, then immediately canceling and doing it again. It's boring and unnecessary, and you can't do it to your last party member, but it is one way to cheese past the tougher parts of this hard game. No weapon memory. Not so much a bug as a coding shortcut. The game doesn't know or care exactly what weapons you attack with during a fight. All advancement is simply given to the weapons you have equipped at the end of combat. So if I want to increase certain weapons, I will just have them carry both, whatever one in their offhand. Protect bug. The protect spell has no effect on any target except the caster. It's too bad since the caster is likely in the back row, but hey, at least Blink still works. Okay, so there's a protect bug. So don't even use protect. It's just just don't use it, because what the fuck? Or have each character no protect and just have them cast it on themselves. Dispel bug. No, this isn't a line I forgot to remove from the FF1 bug list. Once again, Dispel doesn't work. It's not even entirely clear what it was supposed to do, since monsters can absorb elements in addition to resisting them in this game. But it doesn't do it in any case. So again, no Dispel. Dispel is broken. Protectant. Ultima bug. Final Fantasy II is the first game in the series to feature the Ultima spell, and they make quite a big deal out of it. It deals over 100 damage at level 1, so it may seem great, but it doesn't scale correctly. Even at level 16, it only deals around 500 damage to a single target. Presumably, it was supposed to work like it does in remakes of the game, where your other skills contribute to Ultima's power, but even having every skill in the game at level 16 doesn't increase its damage at all. It's too bad, really. Oh, these are bugs in the original. This may not... So the remakes fixed that. Okay. Aura and Barrier level 8 bugs. While this behavior may be intentional, it is at least strange that the Aura and Barrier spells never grant a level 8 bonus. If you want to hurt undead or protect yourself from ice, well, too bad. Wall bug, the wall spell, warp healing item, target bug. Items and monsters in FF2 don't actually use the spell system directly, but rather use a table of special abilities, which includes the spell and certain specifics such as target. All consumable items were given a target of self. Unfortunately, that makes the Phoenix Down, Gold Needle, and Maiden's Kiss items pointless in combat, since no one with the status ailments they cure can actually use items. Okay. Healing Staff bug, Ripper bug, Metal Character target bug, Dual Wield bug. Okay. Oh yeah, this is all the Famicom version. Okay. But this is like the most in-depth fucking look at any of this shit. So, since we have a since we now have a fourth party member, time to be stupid. How dare you? How dare you come into my chat and park in my general direction? I believe this game also introduced the when you attack multiple targets like that. So spells now have a solo attack or solo target or attack multiples instead of having to use like a specific ability to do that. However, if you single target someone, it deals a shit ton of damage. But if you spread it out amongst multiple targets, it divides that damage amongst them all. So it doesn't deal as much damage, but you can hit everything. I'm pretty sure this is like a speedrunner strat. probably should have looked up a speed run just to see like what kind of bullshit things that you can do in this game. Because they didn't actually attack, they don't get the bonus. Cool. Note to self, don't do that. They have to have actually swung at least once. That might be something I just do off stream, just like go into a fight, or, you know, go and grind and get all this shit up. Marie's strength and intelligence. Wait, hold on. Did her intelligence go down? It did. Her strength increased, but her intelligence went down because I used a fucking bow. It's kind of dumb how that works. Like, I get it. You don't want people to just, again, cheese the system and make everything super ridiculous. However, okay. So here's the thing. I just want to double check what the level does. Okay. The first thing you should know about fire is that the dual wielding is you can obviously it can be brutally difficult, and you'll need to keep your characters in tip-top shape to make it through. Check the game systems page to get details on how the leveling system works. Yes, please. Combat mechanics. The core mechanic of Final Fantasy II, which is used both for physical attacks and spells, is quite simple. Almost every attack is made in the same way. The attacker rolls an attack and the defender rolls a defense, each totaling up a number of successes, and the outcome is determined by the difference in the number of successes. Basically, every attack or defense has the same structure, a count and a percentage. For physical defense, this is your evasion level and evasion rate, for example. Whenever that attack or defense is rolled, that percentage is checked once per count. So if you have an evasion of 3 times 50%, you have 3 50% chances to gain an evasion success. Your average would be 1.5 evasion successes, but the actual range is anywhere from 0 to 3. Once you understand the basic count/percent mechanic, the system is relatively simple. An attacker gets some number of attacks, and each has a success rate equal to its accuracy. The total is the maximum number of hits the attacker... Okay, but what does the skill level actually do? That's what I want to know. Crit, status effect, drain effects, ripper effect, healing, magical attacks. Yeah. Other combat mechanics. Yeah, I know how that shit works. So leveling today, you have a number of stats today. Generals. There are 3 sets of skills you want to advance. Weapons, shields are included in this category. Defenses and magic. Which determines how quickly your skills do. Weapons and shields. At the end of combat, you gain skill independently for the items in each hand based on the method the game doesn't check what you are using. Okay, but what does it do? After battling, when you gain the progress points, does it? Does the high? Does a higher skill number mean more damage? Hold on. Does a higher weapon skill level increase damage in Final Fantasy 2? Yeah, I know how the stats work. The proficiency or weapon level, which can be raised to 16, similarly to spell levels. There's weapon level with a weapon type affects the weapon's abilities in a few ways. For one, it determines how many hits they can make with a weapon of that type, where the max amount of hits is equal to the corresponding weapon's level. It also multiplies the evasion percentage given from the weapon, 1 plus level. Weapon level experience is obtained by using the attack command with the corresponding weapon equipped. The amount of proficiency experience gained is based on the number of times the attack command is used in the battle plus the rank of the enemy formation against the user's weapon level. Character's attack stat changes based on many factors, one of which includes weapon type. Yeah. Okay, so the skill level doesn't increase the actual damage technically. It just gives me more attacks. So since Furion has a level 3 in broadsword, in swords, he attacks 3 times. And his attack power is 10. Thus, so each attack that is successful can deal whatever the 10 plus whatever broadsword damage is. Or strength. I think it's 10 plus the strength. So having a higher skill rank would technically mean more damage because I have more chances of hitting. I have a higher number of hits. So if I maxed out So yeah, you can quite literally, it's harder to level them past, I think, like level 12. That's what it was saying, like 10 or 12. But still, you can like sit here and use this stupid little trick to grind out and max every single one of these. And it doesn't affect any of your stats. It doesn't affect any of these. The only one that wouldn't be increased would be the shield, I believe. But still, like through the cheesing out method anyway. But yeah, you just grind out, cheese it out, and increase everything. And then going forward, the game should technically be a cakewalk because you just, okay, I attack. Well, I attack this low level enemy. Well, I have, 9 attacks and they can't do anything. It's a bit of a cheese system. So yeah, I could easily do that off stream. Just be like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna sit here and do this. Steve! Sadly, the characters are named already. They let me change the names, but I didn't feel like changing their names because they are canonical names. So unfortunately, it's not Steve, but in the next Final Fantasy 3, and oh yeah, in Final Fantasy 3 we can name, there's no named characters. Then going forward after that, they kind of switch over to canonical names, unfortunately. Also, hello Mahina, how are you? Maybe they fixed this bug in the cheese method in this game. In this version. Good, hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I don't know how the rest of the chat is doing. How you doing out there, chat? Nenwu's staff level increased. Nice. Yeah, maybe, maybe I can't increase his sword stuff until I get a new weapon? Like a new sword? Or maybe I'm just not fighting strong enough enemies. That could be a possibility. Firian's intelligence increased. Where am I supposed to go again? I forgot. Am I supposed to go back to the city of Fynn? Run away, that little bitch you are. Everybody's HP has increased. Oh no, the canoe. That's what it was. Oh, I'm gonna die. Yeah, fire 5? Yeah, no. Oh. We survived it somehow. But that's gonna hurt. Using magic defense. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, this is gonna kill. My self-esteem has been positively impacted all week. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dream. Ow. Oh, it's been positive. Sorry, brain total farted on that one. I need to kill the wizard. Then I'm glad that your self-esteem has been positively impacted. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, fuck off. See, again, this is why this game is not super fun. Fucking finally. So Furion's not gonna get any experience for this. Everybody's shit's increased except Furion because he's fucking dead. Clearly I'm not supposed to fucking go that way. God, this game. A lot of people have been really nice out of nowhere, including yourself. Aw, thanks. That's also good to hear. Yeah. So everybody got a nice little boost to everything. Except for Furion. Why are you increasing the prices? It's not like a percentage of how much money I have, is it? Or a percentage of how much health I need to recover? Short spear that is easy to wield. Don't care that it's gone down in attack. I want to increase his spear level, rank, whatever. Joe. Furion's strength increased. Minu's HP increased. I like short spears. They're comfy and easy to wield. I remember in I think it was Dark Souls 2, the spear and shield, like buckler combo was like really broken, and I think dual wielding spears was even more broken. I actually want to equip you with that because I want to put that in your other hand. Doody, 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 doody. Increase blizzard level, increase guy's sword level, guy's shield level. Now he's 3. She is. I should get her a staff. His axe increased a little bit. Simply from the fact that he won that fight. I somehow won that fight against those super powerful enemies. Halloum. This is where I was supposed to go. You folks wouldn't be looking to book passage on a ship, would you? For just 32 gil, we'll see you safely to Poft. Oh, no, I'm good for now. The Empire hasn't attacked Paloom or Poft. At least not yet. Potion, high drops, antidotes. Cross, mallet, maiden's kiss, and gold needle. Phoenix down, ether, cottage, and elixir. The ship heading out of our little port will take you straight to Poft. Weaponry. A dagger, a mace, an axe, and a bow. Oh, bows are two-handed weapons. Alright. Mace it is. I would like another shield, please. Paloom's a town of freedom. Want to settle down here with me, handsome? Ooh. Bronze shield, bronze helm, copper cuirass, bronze gloves. Actually, if she's gonna be using that, she needs to come to the forefront. Oh, no, I wanted to sell. Sell the clothes. Sell the bucklers. Alright. Time to go grind for more gil. Oh, magic. What magic spells are you selling, my friend? Cure Tome, already got that. Blink Tome, Protect Tome, and Shell Tome. Those are fucking expensive. Just in case I get fucking bodied by something. Because you don't know how high a level everything's going to be. Hi. How are you, Pendragon? How are you doing? Well, I hope. Time to get everybody's shite up. While also gaining gil. Excuse me. I forgot I have water. I are smart. Yes, the Marty. It's Canada from South Park. Wait, I'm not getting that reference. Holy shit, I forgot about the Blarg emote. Right? Isn't that his name? Blarg? Clarg. That was his name. Clarg. The South Park Stick of Truth game candidacy. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot about that. Furion's HP increased. How's your weaponry? Okay, you have maxed out spears. You're still working on that. You're still working on that. So your spear is as good as it can get for what I'm fighting right now. Time to work on daggers. Dun, 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 dun. How you doing, Pendragon? How have you been? How's your weekend going so far? Guys, sword level increased and shield level. Minwu's staff level increased. Minwu's HP increased. How much gil have I gotten so far? 462. And we still need to go. Okay. One Minku's hands are down in its battle sprite. It does. Oh, when Minwu's hands are down in its battle sprite, it has a little triangle between its hand. I keep thinking it has the puzzle from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, it kind of does look like that. Dun, 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 dun. Furion's knife level increased. Sprinter. Okay, Furion's knife is almost leveled. Maria's mace is almost leveled. Guy's shield or spear is almost leveled. Oh no, watch out for snow and ice conditions on the morning commute. Is there snow in the forecast? On Monday? And Tuesday. Huh. Anyway. So just kind of grinding out. Trying to level up. Or actually more, I'm just grinding for gil, to be honest. I need money for better armor. Maria's staff increased and shield level increased, guys. Agility increased. Nope, I want status. Okay, Maria's maxed out those. Okay, so gonna equip her with. We'll give her the broadsword. Pleasant dreams. Man, a lot of this music just gets stuck in your head, don't it? Alright, I know I have a lot of money. Do I have enough to get all the armor that I want? Nope, I still need money for gloves. With the broadsword, please. Thank you. It's gonna do the same thing. Equip the javelin, please. Thank you. Fine, you can have the mace for now, but I'm gonna take it off of you eventually. I hate it when this game does that. All the games kind of do that. Ray's HP increased. Guy's HP increased. That's great. I want their skill level thing to increase. There we go. Maria's sword increased. Oh, wait. No, she still has another level of sword. I'm dumb. Wait, what about... Okay, he still has another level of spear. Gideon's knife is increased. Alright. And then time to remove that. How much gold do I have? 156? Not enough. This ain't good. Okay, maybe it's not that. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, so they're weak to magic. Dun, 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 dun. Guys, strength increased. Got a potion. And no gil. So they drop items, but no gil. Off. Your magic. You still need a level fire. Okay. Hmm. Furion's blizzard level increased. Yeah, so in all honesty, like the optimal thing you would want to do, kind of what I'm doing early on in the game, just kind of grind to get everybody's weaponry level skills to a certain point, and then start focusing the magic on who you want to be the cat. So like, because every time I swing for a standard physical attack, Maria has a chance of increasing her strength. But when her strength increases, there is it's supposed to be 1/6 of a chance, but it's kind of more of a 50-50 chance that her strength or her intelligence will go down. And that's for everybody. Anybody who does a physical attack, they have a chance that their intelligence stat will drop. So, Vampire Thorn, ooh, new variant. So, level up all of the weapon skills, because every time I attack, her strength will go up. And then start working on her magic. Because then her strength will no longer affect her intelligence. However, every time her intelligence goes up, her spirit has a chance of reducing her or her intelligence has a chance of reducing her spirit. And every time spirit increases, there is a chance it could reduce strength. So that's why Furion, he's probably going to have reduced strength, because if there's still that bug, which probably not, I'd have to double check. I did not realize that the guide I was looking at was talking about the Famicom version, or the the NES version of the game. So the newer versions may have fixed the bugs. This is probably why I should probably look up like a speed run of this game and see like what cheese tactics people use. Maria's HP, Maria's strength increased, Guy's HP increased. Okay. Oh, I do not have nearly enough gil for this. Furion's HP increased. 4,066 steps. Okay. His mace or staff is almost done. Her sword is almost done. And his spear is done. So now... Oh, no, go back. Time to work on that dagger, my friend. Just let me Onion Knight when you want all stats. Pretty much. Well, that's the thing. In Final Fantasy III, which again was not released in the West until... That one didn't come into the West until they did the 3DS remaster or remake back in 2008? 2006. I think 2006 or 2007 is when the HD remake or the 3D remake on the 3DS. Or no, not the 3DS, the DS. It was just the regular Nintendo DS. Was released, and in Final Fantasy III, they did introduce the Onion Knight, basically the freelance. Basically they introduced the job system. So you had your 4 characters, unnamed. They're all orphans, and it kind of harkened a bit more on back to Final Fantasy 1 in that the 4 orphans are chosen by the crystals to kind of go forth and restore the lights and all that kind of stuff. You had forfans. Yeah, exactly. You had forfans. And he should probably work on his axe now. He could work on the spear. Yeah. But whenever you restore, so you start off as freelancers or Onion Knights basically, and they basically are allowed to use many different weapons. They're allowed, like basic gear, like varying gears and varying low levels magics. But they can as you progress in. So basically, in Final Fantasy III, you had 2 levels essentially. You had the characters level, and then you had the job level, I believe. Wait, no. You had the job levels, and depending on the what level they reach when you swap to a different job, you would be at that new job's level, which tended to be level 1. So you had to grind out the different levels, and you unlock jobs like knight, or fighter, monk, thief, white mage, black mage, and each time you restore the light to a crystal, you would unlock new jobs like red mage, Beastmaster, Blue Mage, Summoner, things along those lines. So Final Fantasy III really introduced the job system. Which would return in Final Fantasy V. So the job system was introduced in 3, and in Final Fantasy IV, they kept the quote-unquote jobs. They just got rid of the job system. So instead of having the job system, now you had each character was a different was a job, kind of like Final Fantasy 1. Final Fantasy 1, you picked your class or job. So you had fighter, monk, thief, black mage, white mage, red mage. So in Final Fantasy 4, they introduced they took some of the classes or the jobs from Final Fantasy 3. So your primary character starts off as a Dark Knight, and you team up with your good friend Kain. You had Cecil, who was the main character, and he's a Dark Knight, and his friend Kain is a Dragoon. Later on, you team up with a couple of an alchemist, some apprentice mages, a black mage, a white mage, and Cecil, spoiler warning for the story, discovers his true lineage and true heritage or whatever, and becomes a paladin. He goes from changes class from Dark Knight to Paladin. Then in Final Fantasy V, they brought back the job system, but this time it was 4 named characters. So instead of having 4 unnamed orphans, they gave you actual named characters, but they learned the job system, and they introduced more jobs, a lot more jobs, like Green Mage, Green Mage, Tamer. I think in 5 is when they actually introduced the Blue Mage, Dragoon, they introduced a shit ton of stuff. Time Mage, which is basically a Green Mage. And then in Final Fantasy VI, they went back to, and most Final Fantasy games since, not all, but most, they went back to the, here's a character, that character fulfills this job. They are this job. But Final Fantasy VI had a huge roster of characters. And then 7, largely cut down the roster, but kind of created pseudo jobs. Like, instead of doing the traditional job system, they basically just kind of said, yeah, this character is going to fulfill this role. So, Cloud is your Dark Knight, basically the big heavy hitter who can, in a sense, take a lot of damage. Barret is your long-range tank. Like, he has long-range projectile attacks, which can hit certain enemies who are out of, physical melee range, but also is a tank. He can fucking take a shit ton of hits. Tifa is your fast melee damage dealer. Like, they're fast DPS. So, they're the monk, essentially. Aerith is your healer. She's your white mage. Red 13 is he's kind of a red mage in a sense. I know, Red 13, red mage, haha, funny. But in reality, he is, because he does have good offensive magic stats, but also really good healing stats. Cid is a Dragoon. He's a spear wielder. Yuffie is your thief, your rogue. Pseudo jobs totally should start calling those their side hustle. Because like, if you look in the Final Fantasy instruction, or the Final Fantasy VII instruction guide, it shows what their job is, their class. And for Cloud, it's ex-soldier. That's not a job. Tifa is martial artist, so monk. Barrett is, I don't remember what Barrett is classified as. I think he's classified as like range tank or something or no, not range tank. He's gunner. I think he's classified as gunner. Red 13 is classified as no, it was Red 13. I think he was classified as experiment. Aerith is, her class is ancient. Yuffie is rogue. She's thief. Ninja. I think Yuffie is classified as ninja, which is a job in Final Fantasy games. I think Vincent is classified as former Turk, like ex-Turk, and Sid is pilot, even though he's a dragoon. So it's one of those Barrett is gun mage. I cast gun. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna defeat you with the power of friendship and this gun I found. Me friends like you. Oh yeah, now I need to grind to get the money for these. Blink, protect, and shell. So those are technically white magic. God damn it. Hello, Butane. How are you? Yeah, and then Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII also didn't really have jobs. Again, the job system, they kind of took bits and pieces and gave them to characters to fall more in line with their character. So in 8, Cloud was a gunbreaker. They weren't called a gunbreaker. They were a gun sword wielder. They're kind of a pseudo tank. Your main character tends, not always, but tends to be the tank, except for in 9. In 9, Vaughn is a thief. In 6, she's a spellcaster. But in 8, you had Squall, who was he was kind of the gun swordsmith, gunblade wielder, so he was your fighter, sword user. Keestis is a blue mage. Zell is your monk, your punchy pugilist monk. Selphie is not really sure what job Selphie actually is. Selphie is a character that I don't really care to use all that much. The only times I've used her is because I've had to. And then Rinoa is she's supposed to fill the in the world of FF8, she's the sorceress. Because that whole story, when we get to it, is a bit interesting. Magic doesn't, like, it exists in the world, but not as you think it does. Like, it's interesting. Like, humans can't naturally cast magic anymore in Final Fantasy VIII, but there are individuals who are born who can cast magic. Like, they're called sorceresses or sorcerers. It's a whole interesting thing. And so Rinoa is one of those. And then Irving is gunman. He's your ranged gun shooter person. Gun shooter guy. All right. You're almost done. You are done. I can give you the mace. And then Final Fantasy IX kind of went back to the idea of the more traditional jobs, but still kept them tied to specific characters. So Vaughn is, or not Vaughn. Vaughn is it Vaughn? Yeah, Vaughn's Final Fantasy 12. I am blanking on the main character of Final Fantasy 9. What is the character? It's not Vaughn. Hold on. Yeah, this is... But it does start with a V, doesn't it? FF9 characters. Zidane! That's what it is. Wow, I totally blinked on that. I've only played like the first, to be honest, the only like first 20 or 30 minutes of FF9. I've never, that's why I thought it was a T, because his last name is Tribal. Also, hello, Mega. Yeah, Zidane. Technically it's Zidane. Yeah, he's the thief. You know, he's the thief class or job. Then you have, you know, Garnet, she's your white mage. You have Vivi, who is your black mage. You have I don't know the rest of the characters because, like I said, I barely touched 9. I have it, I've played it a little bit, but I didn't get too far into it. But you have a red mage, you have a blue mage, you have a dragoon, you have a knight, an actual like paladin knight kind of character. So 9 kind of really went back to like the more traditional job system, but still kept them locked to characters. Then 10 comes along, and 10 comes along and says, you know what? Yes, each character is technically and designed more around the jobs. You know, Tidus is your fast character, so he's supposed to be like your kind of your rogue-ish. Not exactly a rogue, but kind of a rogue-ish, because Riku is the actual thief. She has a steal ability. Tidus is just kind of he can attack fast enemy, like they broke out enemies to types. So you have fast enemies, tough enemies, flying enemies, magic enemies. And so Tidus is your typical sword wielder, but he's a fast sword wielder, so he can hit fast enemies, whereas other characters have harder time hitting them. They get, they miss their attacks, because they dodge. Then you have tough enemies. So Auron is your heavy hitter. He's kind of a Dark Knight pseudo tank character who hits like a truck, and he has a piercing ability. Like it really was weapon based. Then you have Lulu, who's your black mage, and Yuna, who is your healer, your white mage / summoner. And then Kimahri is your blue mage / dragoon. Wakka is your ranged fighter, because he can hit long range enemies. But where they kind of made it a little more quote unquote customizable was, again, kind of like this game, there's no traditional experience point system. There's no traditional leveling system in Final Fantasy X. In Final Fantasy X, instead, they added the sphere grid. So basically, it's one giant, intimidating looking grid that every single character has access to the same grid. They just start at a different point on the grid. And so if you follow Tidus's sphere grid, he tends to stick, he gets a lot of, speed increases, health increases, evasion and all that kind of stuff. Along with a lot of support, like abilities like cheer, pray, or not pray, cheer, valor, like stuff like that. Team leader kind of stuff. Whereas Lulu, she starts on the grid, and a lot of her stuff is black magic. Fire, Fyra, Firaga, water, Waterga, Watera, Wateraga, things along those lines. The only character who has abilities that no one else can use is Yuna. Yuna, though she starts on the white mage section of the sphere grid, she is a summoner. She is the only one who can summon Aeons, which are the big, like Bahamut, Ifrit, big cool things. But if you got enough points and had enough spheres, you could have one character completely fill out the entire sphere grid. And so you could have, Tidus casting white magic and black magic, and using blue magic. You can't use blue magic, now that I think about it. That is a Kimahri only thing, because that is a racial ability for the Ronsos. But other than that, like, anybody can pretty much do anything. Then 11 was an MMO, which kind of followed the job system, because that made sense. It's like, make a character, I'll do a job. 12 was the one that introduced a very interesting system. They had they didn't have the job system, but they did have a license system. So basically kind of like the sphere grid, but as your characters leveled up, they would get experience points and increase their level, which increased their different stats and things. But then they would also earn license points, and with license points, you would go to the license board, and much like the sphere grid, they would start on a different location, but you would have to spend license points to unlock the ability to equip certain weapons, to equip certain pieces of armor, to equip certain spells, to equip certain, what do they call techniques, like their skills, like all these different things. And you could have one character go through the entire sphere grid or the license board and learn everything. It took a lot of points. Fortunately, if your characters were not in your party, then they could still get license points. Not as many as your primaries, but the downside to that is they're not gaining any experience points. Therefore, their level is incredibly low. So you could have them wearing the best gear and all that stuff, but they're still a really low level. So what's the point? They would gain levels, like they still gained experience points, but they just gained it at like half of what your primary party did. So whoever was actively being played would get the full experience points. Anybody in your reserve party would get like half of that. So they would still level, just not as quickly. Oh my god, I totally shut my brain off and did not realize that I had grinded that much money. You are maxed. You're maxed. You're maxed. No, your mace is still going. Time to go barefooted? Barefisted. What do you need to level up? Oh, you're almost done with swords. You still have your sword? No, you're using a javelin. Why did I swap out the sword? You still need your sword. Although in Final Fantasy 12, the HD remaster, the Zodiac edition, or Zodiac Age, I think is what they call it. They changed up the system. It's no longer it's still the license board to a point. They actually brought back the job system where once a character reached a certain level, then you chose what job you wanted them to work on, and that unlocked a portion of the license board that they had access to. And then once they reached another certain level, then they could unlock a second job. And so you could do you would have combinations. The problem is there are 12 jobs. Are there 12 jobs? No. Are there? No, yeah. Yeah, there's... Kick them with your hands. Yeah, pretty much. Is it 12 jobs? I think that, yeah, I think it's... No, there's more than 12. Basically, there are more jobs than there are characters to use. And so, like, even if when they get their 2 jobs, you don't get access to everything. And yeah, it's an interesting and unique system, but it's also kind of you can very much screw yourself over with some things. So maybe look up like a build, basically, like who should get what. Has her stat increased? Okay, now swords are increased. Time to use a dagger. Wait. Guy. almost there. Final Fantasy 12 also introduced a very interesting gameplay mechanic. After Final Fantasy 11, they kind of were like, hey, you know, the traditional go into a battle, everybody just kind of stands there and back and forth attacks each other. That's not how the MMO worked. Maybe we should be a little more like the MMO, a little more in the world, action-y. We have more processing power with the PS2, you know, kind of stuff. So, Final Fantasy X was the last. They was the traditional back and forth, but they were like, hey, we want to, you know, expand it. Although 10 did introduce the first system of in the battle, you can swap out your characters. Because once Final Fantasy VII came along, for 7, 8, and 9, they kind of locked in this whole, like, you have a primary character, and you cannot take that primary character out of your party. So, Cloud is always in your party. Squall is always in your party. Zidane is always in your party. You can't, except for like certain story moments. Other than that, they are always in your party, and you cannot get them out. So 10 was like, no, yeah, you can swap out party members, but you can also swap them out in the battle. Because, like I said, they had this system of, okay, you're fighting a fast character or a fast enemy. If none of your party members can fight fast enemies, then you would be kind of screwed. It would be a troubling uphill battle. So instead they went, hey, let's let you change out your characters in the battle. You can see where they fall in a turn order. Like it was a very good system, to be honest. I actually enjoyed FF10's combat system. So 12 kind of was like, hey, you can swap out all of your characters. You don't have to be set with a specific party or a specific character throughout the entire thing. I don't think you could swap out characters mid-battle, but the battles were like, you would see enemies on the field, like in MMO. You see them on the field. Once you got within a certain range, it would either trigger their aggro, or you could target them and just immediately start attacking, and you could see enemies on the field, you know, on the overworld, and, you know, see who you're attacking, kind of stuff. Which was fine. That was cool. The problem with 12 though was the whole what was it called? I forget what the system was called, but basically in Final Fantasy 12 you could set up a system where you could have things be automated in a sense. You could set any character in your party as your leader and as your party leader. So when you entered a battle, that's who you would be controlling first. You could swap to whoever else you wanted to control and give commands, move around, whatever. And that was the other thing. The characters are moving around in the fight. They're not just standing there statically. Which allowed for positioning. You could like, if a monster is about to do an attack that like does a cone in front of you, you could in time move yourself out of the cone of attack and it wouldn't deal anything. So that was the idea. Doesn't actually work like that. But they had this, so you could have it so that, okay, if the leader is attacking, so you could put on each individual character, you could set it so that if they're in the party and the leader is attacking, say, this monster. You could set it so that the other character then will attack the same, will target the same enemy you're attacking, or the leader is attacking. And then at any point, if you can have another little priority thing that says, oh, it's kind of an if-then system, like a programming code thing, because it's like, okay, you're attacking. However, if a player or if a character's HP drops below, say 30% HP, automatically cast Cure on them, or automatically cast Curaga, or whatever healing spell, or cast, use a potion, like all these different things. And you could quite literally, and then, once an enemy's HP reaches a certain point, then cast this black magic spell or use this ability, and you could quite literally set up the entire game so that as you could literally go into a fight and just sit there and let them go, because there was a code thing that was like, once an enemy is defeated, target the next closest enemy and attack, which then if you have everybody else in your party going, hey, attack whoever the leader is targeting, and it's like, okay, just set them up and go. So you could, like, there are broken systems that you can find online of people going, okay, set it like this, and put these abilities and go here and do this, and then just walk into fights and just let them go and never touch the controller. Now, they did have a system in the game to help with stopping people from doing that to a point, basically, because enemies will constantly spawn in the same spot. Like if you're in the overworld, they will constantly spawn in the same spot. So they had a thing, so you could just sit in an area and monster spawns, auto target, auto attack, all this kind of stuff. And so they have a code in the game where once a certain number, and it's a large number, unfortunately, but once a large number of enemies have been attacked and killed and spawned, it will spawn a very, very, very high level, difficult enemy to fight. And essentially it's kind of there to be like, if you AFK and just set them down and then just walk away from your game, you come back, you're gonna be dead, kind of thing. But if you're paying attention, you can be like, oh shit, run away. You've still leveled up, you've still gained all those points, like So that's kind of the big problem with 12. Also, 12's story is kind of meh, to be honest. Like, there's not much that really grabs you, and like it's a very generic 2 warring kingdoms, a very common thread in FF7 or in the Final Fantasy franchise, sadly. But like 2 warring kingdoms, and you're trying to stop them because one of them is trying to unleash something that shouldn't have been unleashed, because Final Fantasy 12 is actually based in the world of Ivalice, which is from Final Fantasy Tactics. It's supposed to take place like, I want to say like 1,000 or 2,000 years before Final Fantasy Tactics. Because in Final Fantasy Tactics, it was, so, because it's based in Ivalice and all that kind of stuff, it's very, like, Romance of the Three Kingdoms kind of narrative of, like, you're, loading, like, chapters of the game are basically, like, then being read, like, they're being read from a historical book about, like, what happened and, the kingdoms and who did what. So it feels much more like a history lesson than an actual, like, Final Fantasy game. It's kind of, to be honest, like, it's story-wise, it's not my favorite. It's not to say it's bad or terrible. Like, there are some interesting things and some interesting narratives, but overall it's just kind of bleh. Because Ivalice in Final Fantasy Tactics, which is a top-down tactics game, it's not a it's a turn-based tactics game, so like Tactics Ogre kind of thing. It the thing with Final Fantasy Tactics is that it's set in a world where the age of fantasy and like mythical monsters and elves and the Viera, Moogles, like all those things don't exist anymore. They all kind of either died out, were hunted to extinction, or just went off to their own fantasy world, like went to a different dimension kind of thing. I thought Optimal said oatmeal for a second. Yeah. And so because of that, it's pure, you're just playing a bunch of humans with different class abilities and things like that. Actually, no. I know he does less damage with it. Fuck it. I'm putting a shield on him. And you're going back to the bow. And you're going back to the back row. So Final Fantasy 12 takes place in the same universe, the same world. However, it's like thousands, like 1,000 or 2,000 years before Final Fantasy Tactics. So because of that, fantasy stuff still exists. You have the Viera, you have the Bunga, you have the the Naruma, or whatever. Things like that exist. But because it's kind of still based in the same world, the storytelling is still kind of, again, warring kingdoms, mercenaries, sky pirates kind of thing. Which is funny because Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy 12 were directed by Yoshi P, who took over Final Fantasy 14. And when he took over FF14 and did A Realm Reborn, that game became amazing. And he's currently being, the lead producer of Final Fantasy 16. So high hopes. His narrative storytelling has kind of been updated, but it's also why in FF14 there's a lot of things from Tactics and FF12 that kind of made their way into FF14 because it's the same dude. You folks wouldn't be looking to book passage on a ship, would you? For just 32 gil, we'll sail safely to Poft. Done! Just board the ship in front of the town and off you go. And then Final Fantasy 13 came along, and that was the last... No. Was 14 or was... Check Discord. Okay, bye. Okay. Bye, Mega. Nani? Sorry, lots of messages that I've missed. You bitch. God damn it, Mega, what the fuck? You bitch. That's awesome. Wait a minute. Do you do that in Blender or is that in VR chat? You did that in Blender, didn't you? Because I saw you doing all. You've probably already left by now, but I don't fucking care. Blender, yeah. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, because I saw you doing all this stuff with your avatar and like putting your avatar in different places, like the back rooms. Is it more donuts? No, it's cool. It's awesome. I love it. Sorry, Meg. I'm gonna commandeer this image and post it in my Discord. I like the lighting on it too. Like it's really good. Super cool. I'll put it in the gallery. All yours? Dude, this is cool. That's super cool. That's awesome, Mega. Thank you. No, it's a really cool. It's this avatar, Ari, wearing the white mage outfit, casting healing magic. It's really cool. It's awesome. I like the lighting. Yeah, he's learning all kinds of stuff in Blender, and like I said, I saw your avatar in the back rooms and different places and like made out of different materials, and it's really cool. You are progressing quite well, and I am proud of you for really sticking to it and learning all kinds of new things. I'm very proud of you, Mega. Congratulations. Keep up, keep at it, keep going. I want to see, things that suddenly will say like, whatever it is, a Mega G production. You folks looking for a ship? No, I've just came from there. I don't want to go back there. Bafsk, the city to our east, is under the control of the Empire. They're building something terrible there. Bafsk, the city... you all say the same thing. Okay. You are different and unique. Oh, it's Sid! It's our good buddy, Sid. You here to ride the airship? If you've got the cash, there's no place I can't take you. Sid! You want on the airship, you pay the guy behind me. Huh? Okay, he doesn't know anything about, Mithril. And he knows nothing about the Wildrose, so he's not a part of the rebellion. Sid's underling. Can I interest you folks in a ride to Unsid's Pride and Joy, the only airship of its kind in all the world? No matter how far, we'll have you to your destination in the blink of an eye. Of course, transportation of this fine caliber comes at a cost. Interested? Where to? Bafsk, Salamand, or Summit Falls? Ashwan, Gatria, Finn, Altair. Well, we need to go to Salamand, but before we do that, let us explore a little bit. Potions, always selling the same things, aren't you? I never bought any of the white or any of the last pieces of magic. Those tomes. Dagger mace, axe and bow. So he runs a flying taxi service. Yep. Mm-hmm. no magic here, huh? I need to go back so I can go buy the magic. Link tone, attack tone, shell tone. How to go back? Bottom up. Yeah, so then Final Fantasy 13 comes along, and did something, in my personal opinion, again, it's not a terrible game. It's not a great game. It's not terrible. But in Final Fantasy 13, they introduced a system that, to be honest, I'm not a big fan of. And it's not the whole combat system, like the overall combat system, I'm fine with the paradigm shift thing. They changed it from, they introduced interesting jobs instead of like, instead of having your traditional jobs, you had, they changed them out to basically like ideas for jobs. So it was like commander, you had commander, you had ravager, you had synthesizer, support or healer. I don't remember. Like basically there were like 6 quote unquote classes, but you had a party of 3, and that one truly was an sort of automated system. Basically you had your leader character, and then you had your 2 other characters. You could only give commands to the leader character, but depending upon your quote unquote paradigm, which was whatever your classes were, which you could change on the fly in fights, so like you had your commander, which though they don't deal a lot of physical damage, they had an ability to, so they introduced a stagger system where enemies have a stagger meter, and once the stagger meter hits 100%, then enemies will then like go into staggered mode, meaning they would take more damage. You could knock them up into the air, like, or some enemies, like if they're like super tanky armored enemies, once they're staggered, their armor goes away, and suddenly you just wail on them and deal a shit ton of damage. So you had, like the commander job class that could deal, every time they hit an enemy, it would cause them to be it would not really freeze, but slow down how much the stagger meter would reduce, because it was always like in Final Fantasy 13, battle was constant. Like there was no like I pick an attack, I pick, do my attack, you pick and do your attack. There was no like that level of turn-based. It was just everything was constantly going in motion and moving and going. You could not move your character. They just kind of moved on their own. But you basically gave commands for attacks and types of attacks. So commanders couldn't really do a lot of staggered percentage, but they could slow the stagger down. So you have but then you had Ravagers, which were the other, you would want your other classes to, your characters to be. They cast magic spells that essentially would greatly increase the stagger percentage. So you would want the commanders to hit them to slow down the stagger, and then you would have your Ravagers deal shit tons of stagger percentage damage, because then commanders could deal a crap ton of like their damage. They dealt a lot of damage to staggered enemies. They didn't do a lot of damage to an unstaggered enemy, but they could do a lot of heavy damage to a staggered enemy. And then you had, like, it was a very interesting, but the part of the system of 13 that I hated is kind of the one part of the Persona and the Shin Megami Tensei series that I'm not a big fan of. I've never been a fan of this system. And that is, in your party, if your main character dies, so in FF13, it's whoever the party leader is. If the party leader dies, doesn't matter how much HP the other characters have, the game is over. You lose. Game over. Now, in the Shin Megami Tensei series and the Persona series, that's always kind of been the thing from the very beginning. And so it kind of makes sense. It's like, okay, you know, it's dumb, but it's always been there. But in in Final Fantasy, if one party member goes down, you still have Phoenix Downs, you still have, you know, revive spells, all that kind of stuff. So to then suddenly swap to a system where it's like, okay, if either of the other party members die, whatever, who cares? Pop a Phoenix Down on them, use a potion, you're good to go. But if your primary leader dies or gets knocked unconscious, sorry, the game's over. It's like, why can't the other characters use an ability to get me back up? Even in the Persona games, I've never understood it. It's like, just because the main character falls unconscious does not mean that the entire party goes to shit. Like, am I that much of a quote unquote leader? Like, they're that incompetent that they can't do anything without me telling them, hey, use a fucking healing spell or use a fucking revive spell? I can only explain it in Persona 3, others less so. Well, I know in Persona 3, the initial game, and Persona 4 until they, did their remakes and remasters, basically was you had no control over your other party members. Like, you could only give commands to your main character. Everybody else did their own shit. And as you ruin your S-links, your social bonds, then, they would act more in line with what you wanted them to do. Or I think if you got it to your S-link to a certain point, then you could actually give them commands in battle. So it kind of emphasized you wanting to do the social links. But then in Persona 4, they were like, hey, there's an option. You can turn on fully commanding your team or letting them do their own thing. But it's still kind of dumb because Shin Megami Tensei is the same thing. Like, cool, you get the monsters on your team, you get the enemies to join you, and you have your team members, but then the moment you die, boop, it's game over. No, Shin Megami Tensei, Shin Megami games, the first two at least, the reason is because your PC has a machine that is summoning your other units. So if he's gone, they go poof, lose the connection to listen to you. Huh. Interesting. See, I didn't know that. But it's still kind of a dumb system, because I know in Shin Megami Tensei Devil, not Devil Trigger. That's not Devil Trigger. It's oh god, it was a PS2 type. No, it wasn't Survivor. Oh, it was for the PS2. There were two of them, and they were more like Final Fantasy X in that, like, you had a turn-based ability, and you could literally, each player yeah, it was for PS2. It's for PlayStation 2. There were two of them. Digital Devil Saga? I think that's what it was. DDS, yeah. It was Digital Devil Saga, I think. Also, hi, Ronche. Where that one was, you didn't, if your main character died, the rest of the party could still survive, because each character basically had basically you had your character, your character party members were they had you had your regular form, your human, quote unquote human form, and then you could transform into a devil form, and you got like super abilities and all this kind of crazy stuff, and you could devour enemies, which would like give you more powers, but then you would like slowly go crazy or some shit. Like, that one is a very interesting, that one I actually enjoyed. I didn't get to play too much of it though, because I didn't have too much time playing it, but I do have it on the, as a PS, I downloaded it through the PS3, or the PS2 digital downloads on the PS3. So I might give it a look at some point on stream, or maybe just make a YouTube series about it. But that one is interesting to me. I like that one. The world is interesting too, because it's really playing up this idea of like, these characters are in this, you know, very digital cyberspace-ish kind of looking world, and they're in this war against these other gangs, basically these other tribes. But then something happens and they find this mysterious woman who unlocks these devil powers within them, and it you know, and so now they're like trying to figure out like, what the fuck is going on, who are you, how, like, what is the, you kind of start to they try to start figuring out what the true purpose of the world is. Basically, it's like there's something different about the world that we're unaware of, and now we're slowly being woken up to it, kind of thing. They woke up to justice, as it were. Let me look it up. Hold on. Yeah, it is. It's Digital Devil Saga. There were two of them. There's Digital Devil Saga and Digital Devil Saga 2. Yeah, because they came out like not too long after Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne. And Nocturne was released on the PS2, and magic. Life Tome, Sap Tome, Warp Tome, Teleport Tome. Banishes foes to another dimension or transports party out of the dungeons. I kind of want the Teleport Tome, not gonna lie, because that is going to be very useful. I need the Life Tome. Sap and Warp. I don't really care for Warp, but Sap reduces foes' MP. Nah, oh, I don't have enough for it anyway. Okay. But yeah, so FF13 used that system, and FF13's story, the world of FF13 is very fascinating, very interesting, and the gameplay is unique. I do enjoy the weird strategy style that you kind of have to think your brain on. I will admit, I do agree with everybody else about like, okay, play the game for like, 24 hours, 25 hours of gameplay of literal hallway railroading of like, you start at point A and go to point B and there's no deviations from the map until you get to the open world, in which then the game opens up and you can explore wherever you want to a point. But then but the whole purpose of you being down there is to try to find a way to get back to the hallways. So like, I understand that, but a few of the characters are very bland, I will admit, but there is a couple of characters who are my favorites from that series, mostly being Fang, Vanille a little bit. Her voice acting is a little grinding, but she's not too terrible of a character. But I mostly like Vanille and Fang simply for the fact that they are, canonically they're not, or it's not said anywhere through interviews or anything, but it's heavily implied that it's like Fang and Vanille, they're a lesbian couple, and it's like, oh. Snow is interesting. Not a big, he's a bit dumb. I got to that point and like an idiot immediately tried to fight the biggest enemy I saw. Yeah, oh god, yeah, when you fight the Adamantoise or whatever they are. Yeah, don't do that. Because it's also kind of annoying of like, you go through, you get to this big open world and it's like, okay, we got to find a way to get back. And so you're like, okay, cool, but I have access to this big open world. I'll come back here later to grind for levels. Nope. Once you leave that big open world, you're back into the hallways and you cannot go back until you're literally at the end of the game. And right before the final boss, it's like, hey, yo, you want to go back to that big open world? Here's access to it. It's like, well, what the fuck? I've already been playing for another 16 fucking hours. Like, also, I didn't like the weapon system because Gil is super hard to get in FF13. Hello, Lucy. Bah. Gil is incredibly hard to get in FF13, but everything costs fucking expensive. Hello. So like, that's another gripe I have, especially because the only having fun, somewhat. I've just kind of been in a shut my brain off and grinding mode right now, because the level system in this game is different. So I'm like, oh, I need Gil. Okay, just kind of go out and fight things and get Gil. Well, that's also increasing my, different stats. I'm definitely going to be doing is looking up speed runs that can, oh yeah, FF2 can definitely be like that. Yeah, like I think for like a good 45 minutes early on in stream, I kind of read from a website that was like explaining how the system works, just to kind of get the point across of like the system in this game is bad. Not bad, but it's just very complicated, and just it's one of those, they wanted you to be able to customize, like D&D, customize the characters how you want to customize them, make them how you want them to be. Do you want Firion to be the paladin type character, the sword wielder? Then have them use a whole bunch of, swords, and like level up their sword skill and level up their strength and their defense and all that kind of stuff. Do you want Maria to be a ranger? Have her use bows. Do you want her to be a black mage? Have her use spells. Do you want Guy to be the black mage? Have him use spells. All that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, how the system actually levels that stuff up, what you need to do to get it, and just the fact that, like, you have your skills, which are just use ability, get more skills, increase your skills. And all the skill does is give you more attacks with that weapon. So I have a 3 in swords. When I attack with Firion, he attacks 3 times. The enemy gets 3 chances to roll save defenses against them. If they pass, however many they pass, then whatever they failed, that's how many times I hit them. So my damage is still going to be 11, but it's over 3 different attacks. 11 plus my strength modifier, so these will, use thing, increases. Magic is the same way. Use magic, increases magic potency, plus whatever, your spirit modifier, your intelligence modifier. However, the part of this was like, oh my God, what the fuck is the strength, spirit, intelligence, stamina, agility, and magic? Because strength increases, so, your magic spells and your skills, your weapon skills, they increase on a 100 point system. So once you get 100 points in that skill, it'll increase to the next level. And the skill is based on rank of how many points you get is based on, according to the website, rank of the battle, which you don't know what the rank of the battle is, just means harder enemies will get you it, plus the skill level. No, it's rank plus times used. It's rank plus the uses, the number of times you've used it, minus the skills level. And for weapons, it's +1. For spells, it's +3. So a rank 1 fight, you use the weapon 1 time at a level 1 skill, you're going +1, you're going to get 2 points. And then each time you use it after that is an additional 1 point. So the first time you use it, you'll get 2 points. The second time you use it, you'll get 3 points at the end of the fight. Total. It's like total. So it's not like 2 and then 3, meaning 5. It's like, no, it's 2. Then you're going to get 1 more. Then you're going to get 1 more, and 1 more with 1 more. Magic is +3. But for your attributes, strength, spirit, and intelligence, and stamina, and agility, and magic, those are randomly based on whatever you fucking did that fight. If you physically attacked, you have a chance of your strength going up. It's not guaranteed, but you have a chance. If you used white magic, you have a chance of your spirit going up. If you use black magic, you have a chance of your intelligence going up. If you got attacked, like physically hit, and your HP drops is about 1/8 of whatever your maximum HP is, then your HP can increase along with your stamina. But if it's 1/8, it's your HP. If it's 1/9, it's your HP and your stamina. If your MP is 1/8 what your max is at the end of the fight, then your MP has a chance of going up, and if it's 1/9, your magic has a chance of going up. However, and here's even more of the frustrating aspect, if your strength increases, you have a chance of your intelligence decreasing. If your spirit increases, you have a chance of your strength decreasing. If your intelligence increases, you have a chance of your spirit decreasing. Why? It is so baffling. So trying to specifically level something up is just frustrating. It's not, it's a grind. It's a literal grind. Because, like, okay, you have the only way to level up your weapon skills is to use them. Well, every time you use your weapon skills, that has a chance of increasing your strength. But if you're a black mage character, because you want to be able to increase your weapons abilities, because then you can defend yourself if necessary. But every time your strength goes up, there's a chance that your intelligence will go down. But you need your intelligence if you're a black mage character, because that's how it makes your spells more potent. It's very frustrating. FF1 was, oh god. Hey, FF1 was good. FF1 is the classic first game. It's much like Devil May Cry 1. It is the first game. It is the first game in a new genre that has never been done before. Well, not never, like RPGs have been done before, but like in a series, in the franchise. It's the first of the franchise. It gets a pass because of that. FF2, kind of like DMC2, they tried to go completely, really changed up a whole bunch of shit. And a lot of the choices that they made, not the best choices. This is the first time calling Dara auntie. Mother Dara be better. I've started a Dara rant on FF2 system stuff and I love it. I've been ranting all night. Most of the stream has been me ranting, and I kind of figured it would be that. You're probably going to get that for quite a few of the Final Fantasy games, because Final Fantasy is one of my favorite franchises. Final Fantasy, Devil May Cry, The Legend of Zelda, Undertale. Undertale is one of my favorite franchises. Like, Undertale is one of my more recent favorite franchises. Well, I say franchise, it's 2 games. I've returned with SNES to play some FF. Hell yeah. Unfortunately, Call of Duty is kind of also one of my favorite franchises. But that one's more of just a Omori. I know of Omori. I've been spoiled on it, but I still would like to play it. Earthbound. I absolutely love Earthbound. I've yet to play Earthbound Mother 3. I've not played Mother 3. To be honest, I'm kind of waiting for Nintendo to just kind of fucking finally release it. Which, not going to lie, I have a sneaking suspicion they're finally gonna fucking do it, because they've, the new Game Boy Advance player for Nintendo Switch, their digital player thing, because Mother 3 was released on the Game Boy Advance. So I would not be surprised if they do a big bombshell drop and go, hey, boop, here's Mother 3. Fully translated, free to everyone who pays for who has the subscription, the online subscription thing. Merry Christmas. Here you go. You got a physical copy of it and it came with a picture. Oh, that's awesome. It's not the new SNES, it's the OG one. Oh yeah, I still have my original SNES. Like, I have my original NES, my original SNES. I have my friend's N64 because And that was in high school, like not long, but quite a bit after the GameCube had been out for a few years by the time I got an N64. But it was mostly because he had like a few games for it and he didn't really play it all that much, and he was moving and he was like, I don't want to fucking pack this thing. Do you want it? And I was like, fuck yes, I want it. Like, I need to finish my collection. I still have my Wii. I still have my Wii U. I still have my PS2. I don't have my original PlayStation, but I've told that story many a times as to why I don't have it. I would like to get one at some point, simply just to, again, keep the collection. I still have my PS2, my slim PS2. My original PS2 I had to sell. I traded it in for the slim PS2 because the original PS2 I had was one of like the first ones that launched. And so I got Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence, which had MGO, Metal Gear Online. And I wanted to play online. I wanted to play against other, play the new, the online mode and everything. And, new weapons. Unfortunately, my PS2, I even saved up and bought the Ethernet adapter, the internet adapter that goes on the back of it. Plug it in, install throw in the online install or whatever. Doesn't fucking work. And I'm like, why isn't it not working? I want to play online. It's giving me this error message. Go online, come to find out that my model of the PS2, like one of the OG original first ones, was not compatible with the online adapter. And I was fucking pissed. So I sold it all to GameStop, and they gave me just enough money for me to buy a slim PS2, which had the Ethernet adapter in it. And I brought it home, plugged it in, hooked it up online, and played MGO and had so much fun. I fucking love Metal Gear is another one of my favorite franchises as well. But I fucking loved Subsistence Online. They had game modes that were just so unique and so fun. And they just all of the CQC stuff that you could do in the base game, you could do online. It was just so much fun. And I really wish that they would have brought that back or kept going with it, doing something with it. I know you can download online. Excuse me. I know you can download and run a emulator that lets you play Metal Gear Online, and there are some communities controlled servers, kind of like Phantasy Star Online from the Dreamcast. You can still play that online on your PC. You download the PC version, and there's fan servers that are kept up. And so there is one for that. However, I have heard that the MGO Metal Gear Subsistence Online, it's a bit of a workaround. You have to do a whole bunch of stuff just to get it up and running. You got to download some other systems and emulators and run them a certain way, and it can be a little convoluted. But if you can get it up and running, there are still people on there playing that shit because, oh my god, it was so much fun. But it still had the port. Yes, the PlayStation 2 Slim had the Ethernet port. It had it all built in. It was good to go. Although there was only I'm trying to think. I think Metal Gear Solid Online was the only game I played online with that system. I feel like there was something else that I played online. I didn't have SOCOM, so I never played SOCOM. I wasn't much of a first-person shooter player until the Xbox 360, to be honest. Which I don't have my 360 anymore. I don't have any of I still have my Xbox games, my 360 games, and my original Xbox games, mostly because they were either given to me from my friends, or I had a 360 and I wanted to play old Xbox games. I worked at GameStop and I worked at a mom and pop comic book shop that we sold. I was the video game seller and buyer. So, Joseph, you have business with me? There's a guy who knows all about airships, but why should I tell you who he is? All right, fine. You're here for Lady Hilda? A little short in the tooth, aren't you? You kids can't fool me. No, the original had the port even though it was useless? No, the original PlayStation 2 did not have an Ethernet port. You had to buy an adapter. The PlayStation 2 Ethernet adapter. And unfortunately, my model of the PS2 was not compatible with it. Meaning, I bought one, screwed it on, plugged it in, and it didn't work. And I tried everything. Like I was like, maybe it's this, maybe it's this, maybe it's this, and it just did not work. So until I looked up online and found out that my model was not compatible with the Ethernet. So I sold it and bought a Slim, which had it all already built in. I think I also wanted to play Final Fantasy 11 because FF11 was an online MMO that you played on your PlayStation, that you could play on your PS2. But I didn't get around to it because I think when the FF11 was launched with the Ethernet, like the Ethernet adapter and everything, you also had to buy the PlayStation 2 external hard drive adapter, which basically was a hard drive adapter and Ethernet adapter, because the FF11 had patch updates, and patch updates needed to be saved to something, and they couldn't save to a memory card, so you needed the hard drive to save everything, and so that's what that was. But I don't think the PS2 Slim had the ability to do that. You could not get a hard drive for it, so you could only play FF11 on the PS2 FAT or on PC. Starting up a private FF11 server soon. Nice. That's the other thing. I do know that there are fan runs FF11 servers. Square has kept it going. I think they pushed out an update like not too long ago. Like they push out an update for FF11 like every 2 or 3 years. They have been keeping it going because they know there are fans who still want to play it. But I'm pretty sure it's pretty much gone free to play. Yeah. I'll send you the stuff when I get the server up. Sure. I mean, I've honestly never played FF11. I've seen it. Like I remember going to me and my friends were coming out of our band lessons. We were learning to play guitar, drums, and all that kind of stuff. And we were walking out, and there was like a little local digital game shop that was holding a sanctioned by Square FF11 tournament, sort of. Basically, they had to, the contest was players had to make level 1. I forget what the gnome characters in FF11 were called. But they had to make level 1 characters of those, and they had to run through a section, like a cave section, without dying. And so they had to avoid monsters, they had to avoid enemies, all this kind of stuff, and they had to like try to sneak through and get to the end. And me and my friends were sitting there like, this is weird, but it's kind of funny and entertaining to watch. Because they had it outside with a big projector screen showing them playing this, and I was just like, I kind of want to play this. Starting up an FF11 and Monster Hunter 3 private servers up in about 7 months when the parts arrive. Just waiting on the hard drives and motherboards to arrive and get in stock. Nice. Oh, you're like full on building the server yourself. You're not like going through some company to be like, hey, I want to buy these, server space and then let me run this. You're legitimately building your own servers. Mithril? I haven't found any yet. I do have a few leads, but I don't plan on sharing what I do know with a bunch of perfect strangers. I'm gonna need you to do a little something to prove you are who you say you are. There are a bunch of people from Salamand who are being forced to work in the cave at Summit Falls. Rescue them and we'll talk. Do I need to show you this ring? Nothing happens. Fuck. Yeah, I build all my servers. Kind of smart. I mean, yeah, to be honest, like, the actual physical building part of a server isn't really that hard. The actual setting up and maintaining the server is a bit more in depth. I am CompTIA A+ and Network Plus certified, so I technically know how to do it, how to build the server and run one. I just don't remember and don't care. Like, physically building a server to me seems like it would be fine. Like, I could do that. It'd be fun, be nice and interesting. But the actual, like, running it and maintaining it, no. That's what I did at my last job before they fired me or let me go, not fired. And let's just say I didn't care too much for it. I love Joseph. Josette! But I know that when I'm around, I just get in his way. I have 6 others from Minecraft, Rust, Ark, Terraria, 7 Days to Die, and our Project Zomboid. God damn. How's the name working for you, by the way? Doing good? The Empires enslaved the men of Salamand and forced them to work in the cave at Summit Falls. Please, you have to help them. Maybe. Summit Falls is beyond the mountain range to the south of Salamand. That's where the Empire's been mining its mithril. Fine. Yeah, I do know that, like, if, as if it ever will, my streaming / possible Let's Play content creating career ever picks up and goes off, I would definitely need to set up like a server that I could like store and back up, video content and stream content and all that kind of stuff. It would definitely help. And having some knowledge of how to do that does help. I do watch a lot of Linus Tech Tips though, and he, so I've seen like a lot of the shit he's done and talks about and everything. I cannot go up the waterfalls. Maria's intelligence increased. Yay. But yeah, like, because I mean, I know, because I used to, so the first ever MMO I ever played was in high school. Yeah, it was in high school, and it was Star Wars Galaxies. And it was mostly because I had a bunch of friends who were also playing it, kind of in the early stages of Star Wars Galaxies. Like it had been out for like 9 months, I think, almost like 9 months to a year. Like I don't remember exactly how long it had been out, but it had been out for a bit, but it was still fairly new. And they were like they were like, dude, fucking let's play. You need to play this. We're playing this. We're doing all this cool, crazy stuff. Come on, you know. And so, you know, I wasn't much of a PC gamer because I didn't really have a PC. I was, you know, my dad had a bit of a, at the time, a bit of a anti-PC in the house, simply for the fact that he was forced by the Navy to be an IT tech on the fancy new computers on the ships, and he was always frustrated with them, hated them, and was like, I don't want one of these in my goddamn house. So I was a console player. I was a console kid. And so whenever, you know, my friends showed me, you know, we eventually got a PC because my sister, one of her classes required her to like do stuff on a computer and like send an email or something. Like it was computer tech class or something. And so my dad was like, she was like, I need a computer. And he was like, fine. So I wound up getting like a super cheap out of the box computer. And it did what it needed to, but you know, I was not allowed, no games on the computer, not allowed to put games on the computer. Because it's not for games, it's for work and business. That quickly changed whenever my mom saw Star Wars Galaxies and saw that you could do all this stuff and was like, I kind of want to play this. You know, let me and Dara play this. And my dad was like, fuck. Fine. So we made sure we had the minimum requirements, and we kind of did. We had to add a little extra RAM, I think. And then, boom, we played Star Wars Galaxies. My mom played it a lot more than I did. And then I think like one of the patches came out or something happened, and our computer could not run it as well. And so my mom was like, you know, we could get a new computer, like all this like super fancy, you know. So we wound up ordering a Dell computer that was more tailored to be an actual gaming computer, though it was still, you know, it was still in the early stages of, you know, computer companies not having a gaming market for computers. Like if you wanted a gaming PC, it was at the time when you still had to basically build your own. But we got it with the specs that we wanted. And then the old computer went to me. I was still able to run Galaxies, not as well as my mom's shiny new computer, but we were able to play together and do some stuff. And then World of Warcraft came out, and that was the new hotness, and we all jumped to World of Warcraft. And I played that for a bit, but I just could not get as into it. Like, I liked playing it, it was fun, but man, the problem was, once I got to a certain point in the game, like, I would sit there, like, I'd play a class for a bit, and then I'd get to a certain point where I'd just be like, I want to try out this other class. And because I could make 15 characters at the time, I was like, I'll just make another character. And so I wound up making so many characters that all, but they would never got past like level, I want to say like level 50, like 20, because I just would get bored with the class and be like, I want to play something else. Which in Galaxies, you could do that. You would, just start, you would have your same character, but you would just focus on something else. You would set, unlearn get your points back by unlearning from, whatever class you initially had, and put those points into the new class, and you'd learn, gain the experience and learn it. But then at any point you could again drop it all and go back to what you had. You'd have to relearn everything, but you could do it. But World of Warcraft, but my mom got hooked on World of Warcraft, and she played like crazy. And then over time, our World of Warcraft buddies got my mom into Diablo 2, and I got into Diablo 2. But I was still a console kid. I was still a console player. And that's why I liked the idea of FF11, because it was like, oh, I can play it on a PlayStation. I don't have to have a fancy ass computer. I've already got a PlayStation. I can play it on that. Yeah, honestly, like, because even then, like, the newest computer we got when my mom was still playing World of Warcraft and Diablo and all that, we got an iMac, an Apple computer. And, because Blizzard games run on Apple. But I still didn't really play a lot of PC games or, computer games, because I was playing, I played Minecraft for a little bit on Windows or on Apple, but, not a lot. So yeah, this current PC that I have is like the first, well, this one is actually technically the second, and I got it as a Christmas gift. But when I moved here and got the one for VR, that was the first PC I had bought in a long time. And even though I do have quite an extensive Steam library, I still don't do a lot of PC stuff. Like, if there's a console version of something and it has cross-platform compatibility, where like Fortnite, Destiny now has cross-platform, Call of Duty, all that kind of stuff, I'd rather get it on a console and play it with friends, even if they're playing on PC, because it's just more comfortable for me. Like, I prefer to play with a controller. I prefer Sea of Thieves. I can do Sea of Thieves, but as y'all have seen, my shooting isn't exactly the best in Sea of Thieves. Like, put me on a cannon, I can hit some shots. And you give me a sniper rifle, and I'm it's like a 50-50, because I'm mouse and keyboarding, and I'm not super great at that. Unfortunately, controller work for Sea of Thieves is not that great. So, Sea of Thieves is, like, there are a lot of games that I do have exceptions to, but I still play, like, there are quite a few PC games that I have on my PC that I will play with a controller, because it's like, it's just more comfortable for me. If it's not a very simplistic point and click kind of game, I'm probably not going to play the PC version, because I just can't do it. For context, I'm calling her Kona because she's rebranding. Oh, nice. Kona, like Kona Coffee. Or Kona, Hawaii. Kona Coffee is based on Kona, Hawaii. The city of Kona. I dropped some pain from the chest. Have my stats been increasing at all? A little bit. Tyrion's lizard level increased. Potion obtained from the chest. Eye potion. Eye potion. Can't use any more magic with Furion because it costs too much. Oh yeah, you can only attack the front row. Hi, potion. Also, I'm super excited. I downloaded because it was free. Sort of free. They put Legend of Dragoon on the PlayStation Classics catalog, along with, you know, a few other. You're weak to stuff, aren't you? Alongside quite a few other classic PlayStation titles, but Legend of Dragoon is such a good game. Another one done by Yoshi P. And I really wish that they would do a remake and or possibly even a sequel to it, because it was I never finished it. I remember playing it a lot, and a friend of mine absolutely loved that game. And I found the right door on the first go. What the fuck? But the combat's like the story is very interesting and unique, and the combat system is very interesting because it was a combo system. So you did not have just like, oh, like this, you know, press attack. You didn't have just press attack. You had do a specific type of attack. You know, each character had like different types of attacks. And the more you used a certain attack, then you could unlock, you know, you could master it and it would unlock new attacks. And they were combos. So it was like, you know, the main character is like, there's a 3 combo attack. And so when you hit the attack button, or when you told them to attack, they would run up to the enemy and you would have to time your button presses to hit the enemy. And so like you had your standard, I think it was square was your standard attack. You had to wait till the, you know, till the meter hit the center, and then you would hit square and you would do your attack. And if you did all 3, like each attack in the hit in the combo does damage. And then if you finished out the combo, you did a big attack at the end that did like a crap ton of damage. But then there were some attacks that if you didn't, basically, during the combo, there would be moments in which the enemy would be given a chance to counterattack. And if you didn't push triangle, I think, then, you know, in time, then they would counterattack and your combo would end immediately and you would take some damage. You know, so it was a very, like, stay interactive, you know, you needed to be aware of what you were doing. You couldn't just shut your brain off and not do anything. Yeah, it's a very cool game, a very interesting idea. Oh my god. And then there's Baten Kaitos, which has been the HD remasters of those are not, I don't think they're out yet, but they're going to be soon. They're coming soon on the Nintendo. Oh, that is a game series that is also super cool. Some of the worst audio voice recording and some performances. Like the voice performance wasn't super great either, but that's what gave it its charm the most. Was like, I remember there was a scene. So first of all, in Baten Kaitos, everybody sounds like they recorded their stuff in a tin shed. Like it has this tinny can reverberation like thing to it. It's bad. Like you can look up Baten Kaitos bad voice acting or whatever, because not only did it sound like that, but then there were just the voice performances. A lot of it just felt, there were quite a few moments that felt like so phoned in or half-assed, and it's like, that's the one you put in this game? Because like I remember a scene where somebody was like supposed to be falling off a cliff or something, or being hit by something, and they're supposed to be shouting like like a big but the voice act performance was and it's like, that was the best take you had? Like, what the fuck was that? But the game, the story, again, very cool and interesting. The world, a very interesting world. And the gameplay mechanic was very interesting because it was a card-based turn-based RPG. Basically, each of your characters have cards with their different attacks, like their weapon or whatever, and they have a number value on them. And you could do every turn you would draw cards into your hand, and then you would play them in combos, and you could do combos of like attack, potion, attack, like heal, potion, attack. And like if you like, there was all kinds of mechanics of like, if you did them in a numbered sequence, then they would like have increasing damage, and it would be a combo, and it would do like more things, like all kinds of stuff. But then I think they also had a system of like, if you played a card and an enemy played a defensive card of a certain value or a higher number value, then it was like it countered or blocked the damage or what. Like, it was this whole interesting system. But then it also had a unique system of, there were puzzles where you would like go and capture the quote unquote essence of something in a card. Like, cards are like the backbone of the whole world, but you would like capture the essence of like a flower, because you will need this flower for a puzzle later on. However, once you capture that essence, then you're on a time limit, because an unknown, unseen time limit, and that flower, the essence of that flower will slowly decay, and that flower will no longer be a pure flower. It'll be a wilted flower, and then it'll be a dead flower, and then it'll be a pressed, like this whole thing. Like water, it's like you need water to go like water the flowers, but you need pure water. So once you get the essence of pure water, as you're walking around, if you're not paying attention, your water will then turn to stagnant water, and then it will turn to like unclean moss water or something. Like, it changes, and it's all based on time. It uses the system's internal clock, kind of like Animal Crossing. And so it was super cool and unique, and the puzzles were interesting, and the story was very unique and interesting, and the world was very unique and interesting, because basically the idea of the world is something happened a long ass time ago, and the ocean just disappeared, and all of the islands and land masses of the world floated into the sky. And so people live on floating islands and airships and everything, and as time has gone on, humans have evolved, or whatever. I don't think they're humans, but they look like humans, but I think they're like whatever like region or whatever they're called. But they develop wings to fly around, but they can't, like, it's more like gliding. They can't actually like fly between islands or anything, according to myths and legends. They used to, but they can't anymore. Help us, please. Help us, please. Paul. Firion, it's you. Am I ever glad you're here? This is Joseph's daughter, Nellie. I think that dastard Borgin's been holding her hostage to threaten Joseph. Joseph, Princess Hilda told you to bring her back some mithril, right? Well, that's normally where I step in. I figured out this was where the mithril was coming from easy enough. So I thought I'd get the jump on you guys and nab the mithril before you could get here. Only I messed up and got caught. Me, of all people. Well, I know when I'm in over my head. So long, but don't worry, I'll take everyone here with me. Thanks for saving us. I owe you one. And then there's Live Alive, which I still need to, or Live Alive, Live Alive, Live Alive, Live Alive, Live Alive, I don't know. Which I have, and I still need to play on stream, or create content from, which looks like so much fun. Minwoo, why don't you have any offensive spells? Fire Tome. You know what? I don't know if I'm supposed to be continuing to delve in deep here. Rebels. Never thought I'd have to deal with your kind down here. Well, if you think you're getting mithril, you're right. My mithril blade straight through your heart. The sergeant. Oh, damn. I have nothing to return MP to me. Really? Fire 8 only did 49 damage to him? What the fuck? I have nothing else that can deal damage to this fucker. Fuck it, might as well give it a try. Okay, that was a dumbass move on my end. Yeah, I totally messed it up. The only way for me to actually deal damage to him is if I get lucky and get a critical. Minwu can't do shit. Good lord, Minwu. Because Minwu is in the back position. No, fuck you. No ranged weapons for him to use. Yeah, I'm just gonna die. Cause I got nothing. I fucked up. I done goofed. Unless I get incredibly lucky. Oh, well, Furion's dead. Guess I'll die. Yep, pretty much. Maria's dead. Guy's dead. Pack. Ooh, 5 damage. Yep, alright. Party was defeated. Well. I think I'm gonna call it there because it is 11:30. It is time for me to go hang out with some friends. And I've been gone for almost 5 hours, so I think that's a pretty good place to stop. Sorry that most of the stream was me ranting and raving about other systems and things and me just kind of shutting my brain off and grinding. I'm probably going to play this off the stream and just look up how to grind and make myself broken and just go do that off stream so that next time I play I can just be like, fuck it, we're just going through the story, because I just want to get, honestly, I just want to get through this one as quickly as possible. Because then after this will be Final Fantasy 3, which I have the Steam version. The 3DS version got released on Steam, so I have that. So that will be played. It'll be a much different graphic, and then we will go back to the Game Boy Advance games with Final Fantasy 4, then 5, then 6, and then we will jump into 7, 8, and 9 on the PlayStation/Switch. I think I have 7 on the PlayStation, 8 remaster on the Switch, 9 I have the original 9, but I could probably get the re-releases, and then 10 I have the 10 and 10.2 HD remasters on PS4. Yes. And then 12 I have the Zodiac Age. I don't know if I want to do the Zodiac Age or if I just want to hook up my PS2 and play the original. And then 13 I have on the PlayStation 3, which that one's going to be interesting to try to get to play. I have a way that I could possibly do it, but it's going to be interesting. 14, we've already seen plenty of 14. And then 15, that one's going to be a bit of a slog. 15 is interesting. It's an interesting one. And then 16 comes out this year. Damn, 16 comes out this year. Like in the summer, I think in like June of this year. Oh, it's gonna be crazy. Or no, does it come out in June or September? I don't remember. Anyway, yeah, so we're gonna pick this up next week. I'm gonna grind off screen, do some things. But in the meantime, let's look to see who we are going to raid. Excuse me. Oh man, I got something in my throat. You know what? Because we haven't done it in a bit. It's Saturday night. It's Rob Roman's voice. He's in the mix doing some music, party night. So we're gonna give Rob Roman a good little raidy raid. Let me pop on over to this. Let me see. I will put that on in the background. Yeah, you have a good night as well, Dream. So we're gonna do /raid Rob Roman's voice. Yeah. So, y'all know the drill. Go give him lots of love. Hang out, chillax, party. Maybe make some song requests if he's up to doing that. But thank you again, everybody, for coming in, hanging out, listening to me rant and just gush about the entire Final Fantasy series. I apologize for that in advance. But yeah, thank you, everybody. I might start streaming on Monday. I don't know what I will stream, but I will start doing. I might start doing Monday streams along with the rest of the week. But in the meantime, remember, wash your hands because you're nasty. Stay healthy, stay safe. Don't be a dick. It sounds simple, but people make it more complex than it needs to be. And of course, as always, remember, you can do anything you put your mind to by telling yourself, I can. Because the greatest enemy we ever created is the word can't. And we stop that demon in its tracks by telling ourselves, I can. Remember that, and you can do anything. So have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of day it is for you. We will see you in the next stream. Jamatane, everybody. Bye-bye. Gotta push the thingies.